Yeah, so this is a cool boss fight, right?
Yes, he just jumps in the Harrier, doesn't he? Like the Harrier comes up. I think Vamp's in it. Is that it, or
Yeah,
was he
fucking
also?
no, it was Vamp. Vamp is piloting. So, again, like Vamp isn't actually dead from the Raiden gunshot, but even still, I think that I don't know if like Raiden acknowledged that it was Vamp, but it's still funny to see him in that little Harrier because I don't picture a intimidating vampire who goes Queen as like yeah, I have my pilot's license, like it's just like perfectly piloting this motherfucker. At least Liquid, he was piloting his in the first game. This one's
Well,
Vamp.
and that's what I wanted to talk about before we talk about this boss fight in earnest. Is again going back to Metal Gear Solid. In that game, we fought a Hind D. In this game, we're fighting a Harrier jet, but a very similar fight, just in terms like Solid Snake throws down the Stinger missile and a bunch of ammo. So you're using the same weapon against, this aircraft, which you shouldn't be fighting as a person because that's ridiculous. But here you go. So instead of a helicopter, here we're fighting a Harrier jet. And Drew, let's start with you. Let's rank the Harrier. Where do you got it, and what did you think of this boss fight?
Yeah, I've got the Harrier at my number two. I thought it was very, very cool. Yeah, it's very similar to the Hind D fight where you got the scope thing and you got to wait for it to like lock on. And then Snake is there this time. It's got a little bit of a different atmosphere just because Snake is there yelling stuff at you, and they got people just yelling at you again and stuff. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a sucker for kind of the meta element to this, where it is very similar to the original on purpose. But also the Harrier, now that we're on the PS2, this thing can zip the flip around. Like it's kind of jumping all over the place. I would even say it might even be a little bit more difficult to keep track of compared to the Harrier or to the Hind D.
You're not waiting for it to pop up all the time. It kind of is always on the move.
Exactly. And it's a lot more aggressive because it'll just like, you gotta get your shot in with the missiles before it just starts flying right over and gunning you down. So pretty exciting. Like it just carries the excitement of the cutscene straight into actual gameplay, which is so awesome. So yeah, I got it at number two just because Fat Man is hilarious and awesome, and the Harrier is just awesome. You know what I'm saying?
Sounds good. Now, Dork, what about you?
I have the Harrier out of 7 at number 5. I think it's good. I had a good time with it. It is really, really similar to Hind D, and I think I like Hind D more. I think the atmosphere of the place is just a lot more interesting than just, like a normal like sunny day on this bridge thing. It's okay. I always like using the Stinger. I think it's my favorite weapon to have a boss fight with. So for me, like that part was fun. But I won't lie, on hard mode, I actually had a worse time, and not just because it was harder, but just because I was just like, yeah, like this is a boss fight where I really can't do anything else. I can't really try anything else. It's just this is what it is, and it's okay. Yeah, it's good. It's good.
If I can be so bold, it sounds like what you prioritize, at least in a Metal Gear Solid boss, is the ability to experiment with different methods of taking them out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, underneath this, I have Fortune and Olga, and that really speaks to that. Olga, you can do one thing, because it's the intro boss, that's fine. And Fortune is more like a spectacle boss, where you can't really do anything. And this one, you can basically do one thing. And again, it's fun. I like it. I like all the bosses in this game. But yeah, it's good. It's good.
Excellent.
I think Snake continually throwing down the rations is kind of funny. And also, like, Dave, I think you were saying you could hang off the ledge in this area. So I guess it is kind of cool. You can use the ledges to skirt around damage.
No. Well, maybe you can. But for me, I found when the Harrier does its big missile barrage, you can hang out in the middle of the stairway to the bottom part of the bridge, and the missiles will all miss you.
Oh, I thought you said ledge. Well, shit.
Yeah, no, but I really love that. It was like I have this place where I'm safe. Of course, you can't stay there for the rest of the fight because the Harrier comes at you from the other side as well. But I just love that, yeah, it's a way to negate probably the Harrier's most devastating attack. Now, for me, let me just check my notes. The Harrier is my number 1 boss fight.
What?
Yeah.
Dave, get out of here. I had it at 5, Drew had it at 2. I'm the one that's out. I'm out of touch. I'm Principal Skinner here.
No, you're not, because I understand why it's so low for you. You explained yourself very well.
No, there's no nuance to be had here, all right? I'm pissed at you. We're having a battle. I'm going to react stream to this podcast so I can react and get a bunch of viewers like Drew's getting.
That's funny. That's funny. I don't know if we haven't talked about this on the pod. I just started recently doing react streams to other people's stuff where I just shit talk them basically, and I've been getting subscribers, which is hilarious to me.
People love negativity. You're feeding them, Drew.
People love slop, and I'm here to give it to all the little piggies. Come and subscribe to my channel.
But you know what's not slop? The Harrier fight, because it's my number 1.
Exactly.
I brought it back round, like the Harrier.
Damn.
Yeah,
Damn. I got a little bit of vamp in me, because I will bow down to you, Queen.
Woo!
True.
That would have hit way better if I was doing that to Drew, but whatever.
Yeah.
King me. That's stupid.
When I was thinking about, what boss fights I enjoyed the most, this instantly popped up in my head. I think it's because I like it a lot more than the Hind D fight. I think it actually does have a lot to do with how wild the cutscenes before and afterwards are. You know, like this whole sequence is just like peak action nonsense. It's like, one thing it is missing, points deducted, because it doesn't have Liquid going "Arr!" every time you shoot the Harrier. But I just found it really exhilarating, to like the Harrier's coming in, it's going to shoot at you. Okay, I'm locking on, I'm firing. Oh, and it hit him. Cool, I'm safe. It just like I was always doing something. I was always on the move. I found that place to hang out where I could save myself from the missile barrage. I did get hit with the gun a lot when I was going to pick up more ammo or a ration. But yeah, I just loved tracking it. I loved when it came right up and you could like shoot the 4 separate sections of it. Like, you were shutting it down as he was coming in close for a really big assault. It just, I don't know. I think it was just how I felt, like as an action set piece. It was more memorable to me than all the others. And as we said before, I don't dislike any boss fight on this list, and they're all pretty close to each other. But yeah, there was just something about the Harrier fight that really stuck out to me.
And that's great. That's great.
Dave, I'm going to have to give your reaction. I'm going to have to give my professional reaction. Dork, I'm teaching you the ropes right now. But Dave, yeah, that was pretty good. I always have to say I agree. And then we press space and we move on.
I'm learning the tips from the master. You just go, you know what? Okay, take. Okay, play.
Yeah, literally.
Not bad.
Hey, at least I didn't get a what the fuck?
What the fuck?
But if you want to talk what the fuck, what happens after this fight?
Is this where Vamp like runs up the pillar?
Yeah, it runs on water, runs up the pillar. I can't even remember what happens to Solidus. I know the Harrier goes down.
He gets picked up by Metal Gear Ray pulling up.
Yes, Ocelot comes out of the fucking ocean with Metal Gear Ray.
Yeah.
Saves Solidus. Vamp runs along the water, runs up a pillar, and and then when the game starts again, like half the bridge has been blown up, because I know that happened at some point.
It's tough to remember everything that happens in these scenes, isn't it, Dave?
Yeah, like You'd think I'd remember what happened with the Metal Gear, but I can't.
Dave, it's not our brains. This game is just it has a subconscious spell on anyone who watches it where it's like, no, you have to take an MGS2 class in college and study it to really remember everything that's going on.
And to those of you folks who think, oh, you're doing a podcast on this game and you're hosting it, you should probably have notes about what's going on beat by beat so you can refer to them and keep the conversation moving. That's not how I roll, baby. I'm a seat of my pants. I'm wherever the conversation leads us, that's where we're going. But you may have a point. It's just that Dork is right in this game. It's just really hard to know what to go on to. Wait, doesn't the Metal Gear shoot down Snake's helicopter, and that's why they got to go repair it?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that.
Yeah, because I know they're like, oh, this was our escape, and Otacon's got to fix it now. And he's like, yeah, I'll do it.
And is this the point where Snake reveals to Raiden that he is actually Solid Snake?
They have a discussion about Snake. I think right here is where he asks if he's the legendary soldier or whatever, and he's like, legends are just fucking stupid things for babies. and then Raiden's like, huh?
I love that because he's like, legends are awful, but only like 10 minutes earlier, he's like, don't use the name Solid Snake.
Yeah, you're using the name Snake in vain, you motherfucker. I am the Christ of this world. All right, Dave, you know what? Just for you, I'm going to open up my video here. Yeah, there goes Vamp running up the thing. He's so cute. Aww. Yeah, they got to get repairs. So we still... Oh, yeah, and here's where they talk about the arm. No, sorry. Because, yeah, you're right. It's about, like, Snake and how they hid, the fact that Snake is supposedly dead from the tanker. And they're like, yeah, we acquired Liquid's body from Shadow Moses and buried Liquid's body to pretend that Solid Snake is dead because they have the same DNA. Genius right there.
Mm. Well, that was even earlier, much earlier in the game when they talked about Snake being buried. And then I think they go to exhume his grave or something just to make sure. It's like, yeah, that's Solid Snake, but it's really weird because he's missing an arm. And it's like, I'm stroking my beard here.
And this is also the part where Raiden calls Snake a terrorist.
And then there's that conversation about, well, you could say that. But the whole point is to actually find something to fight for and believe in it.
Guys, are we cooked? Are we cooked?
It's just really hard to kind of go through this game beat by beat.
Did we wait too long for part 2? Because we are struggling.
Let's just... What's next? The president? Let's fucking do this.
We definitely want to get to the president, but I just did want to mention a couple things about this section where on the pathway to the president, because the whole Big Shell 2 has been busted up. So you have to walk over all these perilous walkways. Like at the start, there's a pole that you have to drop on. You have to like use the grab and drop on a pole. And I remember when I first played this, I missed the drop a couple times and got really mad at this section. This time I didn't miss the drop.
Dave, Details Dork is here again. You can actually do a cartwheel off the platform onto the other side and totally skip the pipe. It's insanity.
Whoa.
That's what I did the first playthrough. And then I'm like, this is a really tough jump to get because this is like, like Donkey Kong 3 country, physics, as I was told. So it's pretty like tough jump to get.
Yeah. That would be a...
Wait, were you going to make a joke? Oh my God, I'm all ready for this.
No. I was just going to continue. So.
Oh, well, because also there's bird poop on the pipe as well. This is why I eventually chose to jump instead of walk along the pipe, because there's a ration on one side, and those fucking like devilish pieces of shit developers were like, yeah, walking on pipes is tough, man, because you got to really make sure you're not going to fall off the edge to get that pipe, and turning around, that's its own hassle. And then I was so excited that I got through it, I just ran and I slipped on the bird poop and fell to my death.
I hit the bird poop a couple times early. This playthrough, no, because I think if you're inching with the analog stick on the PS3, there's a bit of finesse there. You can actually easily walk around it. It's just it's anxiety inducing. Once you kind of get up past that point, it's okay for a little bit. But okay, so here's something that really fucked me up. There's this section where you drop onto a walkway, right?
Yep.
And I believe there's a guard above, and he keeps looking over the side and then walking while looking over the side. So obviously you got a time when you go over and hang on. Before you get on that section, there is there's like a gap in the gate where you can just fall into the ocean. And I don't know why, but after the cutscene that showed the guard, I pushed the analog stick to move towards the bridge to start the sequence, and Raiden just fell into the ocean. Like it was an immediate thing. I'm just like, what the fuck? And then the game loads you back before the whole pipe and bird poop and all that shit.
Epic. I know on that section I got caught, and I'm like, oh, I can't go in because I thought he was in a window that I could enter. No, you're just supposed to go alongside of it. So I'm like, oh shit. So I had to redo the whole thing too.
And there's the section where you got to kind of sidle under the windows, which is cool. You got the section where a guy's peeing over the side. And,
yes, details dork. So yeah, on the first playthrough, I'm like, this guy is taking a piss, literally, and I'm going to stand right underneath it and go in my first person view and just stare up and get the pee in my eyeballs. And I did it. Until he was done. Well, I don't think until he was done. I think he goes forever. I don't know how long he goes, but he goes for a fucking long time. And I was like, surely someone's going to call me, right? And say, Raiden, what are you doing, man? But no, there is a codec call about it. You just have to call the colonel. And then he goes, well, Raiden, you know what they say about these missions. You know, that's why they call it the wet works. And then Rose is like, "Oh, you'll." No, she. I thought she'd be like disgusted. She's like, "Well, as long as you have a shower, we can snuggle at night or something like that." I was like, "Okay," because it's funny because
she truly accepts this man.
Well, she doesn't with the box. That's the thing. If you get the codec call when you have a box on, she makes fun of you and calls you like a dork and all this shit because you're wearing a box, and she's more okay with you standing under a urine stream than wearing a box to get through this mission. Like, what the fuck? Fuck her box, you know? Like,
I think that accidentally reveals a lot about Rose. Sad to say.
Do you think the guy pissing is Johnny?
No.
Okay.
Evidence?
I feel like in all of the things I looked up, because I kind of wanted to see if there was any more of the Johnny on the spot in the game, because there is a trophy for it. I feel like it would have been brought up that he was him in all those like forum things I read, and I didn't see anything about it.
Now that's a damn game theory if I've ever heard one.
Oh yeah,
Thanks for watching. We've still got like 5 hours of podcast to go.
No, we're almost done. 20 minutes tops. No, but Dave, Dave, you mentioned that one part of like, you know, on the bridge where they like had the guards walking back and forth. It's funny because like you mentioned how you played it. I just shot them both with my tranq gun each time. So for me, I didn't even like register that as I wasn't gonna fuck with that. You gotta like hop over and you gotta like ledge crawl. Fuck that.
You know, it just seemed like it was raising the stakes. And then there, I believe there's the section where there's all the ciphers on the way to the president's room, which is in the core. But Drew, do you have any stories or anecdotes about traveling to the core?
Slipped on the bird dookie a couple times, but other than that, not really anything new to bring to the. Maybe this is kind of like the.
I'm sorry to interject. So hang on. Am I the only one who just like so? So did you two just see the cutscene or whatever, and then like the guy fucking pissing and just went, all right, see ya. Like you guys just didn't like just ignore him
just
or
left.
what? Like
I just left.
I went over the guardrail and did a hang and just shimmied along.
you avoided the pee?
Yeah.
The avoid pee strat. That is so real, Dave. That's so real. You did a no pee run.
That's actually fire. No, actually, I think I did receive my own golden shower, but I just kind of moved on with my day.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think it'd be kind of fun to have an achievement of like you beat the game without getting peed on, because it's just that one section.
That would be really fucking funny.
I wonder if you can sidle up against the wall and avoid it as well.
It'd be funny
Probably.
if he did that and then it splashed in his mouth and you can see him going. Pih, pih.
Pretty funny.
See, shut up, Drew. See, this is so the president, right? So we got to get the Akita missiles.
I just want to mention also, I went into the core, right? And you have that conversation. Well, Olga has that conversation on the phone.
Yeah.
And you got the D-mic. And then after that section, I saved because that was where I wanted to end things, for the evening. Then the next time I loaded up the game, it put me right back at the pipe on the bridge. For some reason, I had to do that whole section over again.
That is not.
Lord.
And did you avoid the pee again?
I can't remember. I was just mad, so probably ran through. But
You probably so you didn't get the no pee run. It didn't count. No wonder you didn't get the trophy.
but
I absolutely love that Olga part because I've already said it though, so I'll just refer to my old speech about the D mic and then
Drew edited the entire speech about the D-mic in here again.
That'd be funny.
refer to an hour ago in the podcast.
Refer to hour number 8 of 100 of the podcast.
But yes, talking about the Nikita missiles again. This is Metal Gear Solid, just rehashing. God, don't they have any original ideas? But I gotta say, this use of the Nikita is so much better than the first game.
Disagree.
Really?
I think this is fine, but I liked having to learn how to do it in the first game, especially because you also had like the little thing where you had to get the gas mask to make it easier too.
I just don't
and you had to like
how
avoid the cameras. I think that's very fun.
I just didn't like the acceleration of the Nikita missiles in the first game. Of course, in this one, there is more of a timer before it explodes on its own, so you really do have to take the shortest route possible to be able to blow up the computers. What is it? It's a computer or something.
No, it's
the
just
electrical
it's
thing,
the
it's
the thing like powering. It's the transformer powering the electric floor.
Yeah, I agree with you, Dave. I like this one a lot better because of the analog movement you have with the missile. Makes it feel really fun to be first person flying through the vents as a missile, and then like in first person you get to see the president like run for his life. It's very funny.
That was funny. That was very funny. Oh,
I believe the colonel says something like, "Make sure not to hit the president."
Well, yeah, and as he says that, they show a cutscene of what it's amazing. So no matter what, you're going to see him run away in a comical fashion.
Did either of you try and use the missile to grab the ration that is in the vents? Like, I just assumed that was how you get that ration because I couldn't see how you could go into the vents on your own. But no, you don't collect things with the missile because that makes sense. It does make sense. So I was kind of disappointed when I tried to run the missile over the ration. I'm like, aw.
I might have. I don't recall.
No. I mean, I know I tried out like a different way because I stumbled onto the right path immediately and I was like, oh, because I kind of wanted like some failures first, but I just did it right away. So on the next playthrough, I tried to, like go other ways. And so I don't think I even saw it. Was the president in his room sleeping or awake prior to you doing the missile?
Oh, I have no idea.
Because I almost wonder if hard mode changes some things for fun like that. Because earlier on in hard mode, like in the tanker, like, you know how I was talking about how there's that one guy who has like only underwear on? Well, in hard mode, there's an entire room of guys only wearing underwear. So I'm like, what? So I almost wonder if this is a hard mode exclusive, because he was asleep on, I'm assuming anyway, on the transformer you have to hit. So, and I really, really wish I would have sent the missile in there first, like just to see if he was blocking it, and that's a hard mode thing. But instead, I just heard him sleeping on the outside, and I was like, I wonder if I could wake him up. It'd be kind of funny. And I tried like knocking on like the walls, you know, like in between us, and then that wasn't working. So I eventually threw some grenades in the room, you know, that he isn't in, of course, but like the room that's closest, and it woke him up. So I almost wonder if that was a part of the puzzle for hard mode, like if he was like sleeping on it, and he would have hit him if he would have went for it without doing that.
It sounds like you would have blown him up.
Which, yeah, I wish I would have tried it, but I thought I was clever, and I guess I was preemptively clever, but I was like, oh, he's sleeping, I want to see if I can interact with him somehow. And I guess you can. Cool stuff.
And then it's the infamous scene with the president. I say infamous because Drew picked up on something that is just, you know, Drew was the first one to play most of the game. So I was kind of primed for this scene. And then there is a kind of a what the fuck moment. So Drew, please take us through this meeting with the President of the United States.
So, and let me be clear, because obviously I've been praising the game the whole time because I really do like this game. But, so Raiden walks in the room, and the president tries to grab his dick, and Raiden goes, what the fuck? And then the president's like, oh, sorry, I thought you were a woman. So this is implying that the current president of the United States saw a woman and immediately wanted to assault her, which is insane.
Kojima predicted everything, dude.
Even by Kojima standards, even though it ended up being very accurate, I still think it's just like one of those things where it's like, oh, this is like a locker room joke. Like, okay, whatever. But immediately afterwards, the president goes into one of the coolest fucking exposition reveals of all fucking video game history, and reveals that the United States is actually run by 12 people called the Asmongols, and 12 people called the Patriots, all right, that run behind the scenes and nobody knows who they are. They all sit in their rooms all day and they run the country in secret, and nobody knows who they are, and they make all of the decisions for everybody, like behind the scenes.
Yeah, he called them the Wiseman's Committee, you know. It's like, yes, another faction. I love it. And we kind of already like touched on it, because it's not like a thing you can talk about forever either. Like, it was a thing in MGS1. I just really like how all the cutscenes look visually. Anytime it starts to transition from, in-engine to anything else, I'm like, dude, this is gonna be a ride. I'm ready for it. Yeah. And I just love how the Wiseman's Committee thing looks like. It has all the 12 faces there. It just it's just a striking visual of all the reds and just like the silhouette of all the faces and stuff. It's really cool looking.
And is this where we find out what the big shell is actually?
Yes. Yeah, he just lays it all out on the table for us, basically.
What is the big shell?
The big shell is actually a cover-up for the real Metal Gear Arsenal gear, which is a big thingy. Is a big thing to control the spread of information on the World Wide Web at the behest of the Patriots, to decide what is on the World Wide Web and is accessible to people. And it needs an army of Metal Gear Rays in order to protect it. And it actually was never a cleanup facility to begin with.
And I almost think like this is like one of like the cutscenes where it's just, put this in a museum. I'm talking about, because like literally like this is insane, because we get so much in this like so many reveals,
But
And
they're all good reveals. is
no,
the
no,
thing.
they're all epic as fuck, yeah. But the
Yeah.
crazy thing is, so like in terms of new information, right? We get like the Wiseman's Committee and like the Patriots, right? All that stuff. We also get Arsenal gear and like the whole, like Shell thing was a huge cover up for it. We haven't heard Arsenal gear yet, have we? And then we learned that like the Metal Gear Ray was just like a like, oh, we can, who cares about those, this is the real thing. But the Metal Gear Arsenal isn't even like, it's not even the thing. You know what the thing is? The thing is the GW is actually the thing. The GW is the program, is the AI thing that we're going to use
Yes,
to control the
yes.
information. It's just funny how this is almost like a Russian nested doll, right? Where it's like, here's the shell, but it's actually, where we're keeping Metal Gear Ray, but it's actually, those are just protecting the arsenal, but the arsenal's actually protecting GW. It's like, what the fuck?
No, and here's the thing, and I said this in the chat several times. Kojima's legacy as a writer is truly goated, because how do you go from the shittiest, most unfunny, disgusting, like, locker room joke written by like a middle-aged dude to literally the coolest fucking exposition dump in video game history? It's so fucking goated. Like, this is just like why Metal Gear Solid 2 is peak.
And also the president went in with Dead Cell because he wants to be a patriot.
Yeah, so the whole thing is that the president is betraying everyone, but he's doing it so he can win favor with the Patriots and be, become one of them. And what he's saying is he now like regrets it because did he like name Ocelot in this? Or like did he like name Solidus in this? Because I think the whole point is that
He did name George Sears. I don't know if he named specifically Solidus.
okay, because like eventually like we learned that because trying to piece this all together as it's going and after the fact, it's like, okay, so the president he went with the terrorists because he has his own, again, as you were saying, Dave, everyone's got their own agenda. He wanted to become a patriot, whereas like Solidus wants to destroy the Patriots.
Yeah.
Whereas we eventually learned that Ocelot wants to protect the Patriots. So it's just like there's three huge, all different motivations, but all also working together, or so they thought at one point in time. It's crazy.
Like Ocelot is the kind of the final betrayal reveal because he's working for the Patriots, but then he's betrayed because the arm of Liquid has its own agenda.
It's just crazy shit. But yeah, this is as a certain Drew, might say, peak art. No, that's what I would say. Absolute cinema right here.
It is absolute cinema. It is genuinely one of the greatest. I mean, it's a cutscene. It's literally all a cutscene, and I would even say it's like probably somewhere in my top like 100 gaming experiences ever. It's genuinely that fucking awesome.
And then it caps all off with the president going, "Okay, well they can't arm Metal Gear Arsenal if I'm alive. So as my final order for you, because you're working for the government, you're working for Foxhound, Raiden, you have to kill me." And Raiden's like, I can't kill the president. And then as he's kind of being wishy-washy about it, Ocelot just walks in the room and shoots him.
With his left
revolver.
arm.
With
With his left arm. Exactly.
His
exactly.
left arm.
He
With
shoots
his
him.
lolly
And then
left arm.
and Raiden's like, I gotta go get him. And then Mr. President's like, no, he did us a favor. And he holds his ankle. Listen to me on my dying words. Don't let Solidus eat my grandchildren,
No, he's like, here is a virus that can shut down the entire GW program, but you've got to find the lead programmer of the system. Actually, does he tell Raiden to go find Emma, or was that Snake or the Colonel afterwards?
One of them says it. I mean, he honestly could. I don't recall. I know again, who knows, like, where we're getting all the sources of information there. It could be Snake, it could be the Colonel, it could be, him, who knows.
It's just one of those things where, like Drew was able to kind of lay out exactly what this cutscene was in terms of the big revelations, because we all remember this. But, all the particulars can be tough.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, what's crazy is, again, so, like, a similar thing kind of happened after Ames, where it's just like, so we learned stuff. Okay, it's time for Raiden to be like, Colonel, what the fuck is going on? And he does after Ames, and the Colonel's like, hey, I don't know, I'm just in the dark as you, but this is what your new task is. And it's like,
yep.
Okay. And then after this, because I was thinking, Raiden, with all this shit that I can barely remember, and you for some reason can, because you're a genius at this, you better ask the Colonel everything, right? Because we just learned a bunch of shit. And then at a certain point, he's like, did you hear about Arsenal gear? And the Colonel's like, no, we'll look into that. Or something like that. It's like, oh my God, you guys suck.
Yeah, which is weird because, again, in Metal Gear Solid, the Colonel was cagey, but it was because he was keeping back information.
And this one, he just sounds like he's... Well, honestly, I honestly got the impression that he did know what was going on, but Raiden was just doing a really poor job of jabbing at him the right ways to, like, even offer us hints that he knows what's... Because he's so quick. He's so quick to be like, no, but, you have to follow the president's last order, He's so quick to immediately... He's like Drew when... anyone's having like a big argument where like Drew is like, I'm gonna keep the peace. Yeah, man, I'll be your hype. Like I'm here. Whereas that kind of felt like that's what the Colonel's doing in the sense where it's like, listen, I'm just going with the flow. I don't want any conflict. Let's just go, man. How about we just help with the president?
Well, the Colonel is just like actively. I mean, there's a reveal later, but like the Colonel is actively just like, Raiden, just don't think about it. Just keep moving, bro. We just keep going.
You know what I thought it could be? Evident, it's not based on what happens soon, which we'll get into, but I always thought, like Snake was a decorated veteran during Metal Gear Solid. They brought him back out of retirement, essentially, and forced him to do this. So despite the Colonel keeping things from Snake, the Colonel had a lot of respect for Snake. I don't think the Colonel has really any respect for this new rookie kid.
For this little twerp.
Yeah.
I think I agree. That's a very interesting perspective, yeah.
Although again, when Raiden brings up, that's actually the Solid Snake, and the Colonel's like, yeah, but ignore him, because he's not part of our simulation.
He wasn't a part of the simulation. Well, he says it in a way where it kind of hides it. Like, he wasn't a part of the simulation. And it's like, you can kind of be like, right, he is a variable, sure, like, you shouldn't trust, like, he's not in there from Foxhound or anything, so, okay, whatever. He's a rogue entity, fair enough. But it is kind of weird how it's like, you're the Colonel, right? You do trust Snake, right? Like, surely you respect this man, right? Like,
that's another thing. He was just called the Colonel the whole game, right? It was never Colonel Campbell.
Correct.
Yeah, it was just the Colonel, yeah.
But again, Raiden doesn't know who this man is.
Clearly. He's never met him.
Yeah.
You know what I would love to know? I would love to watch some interviews with the English voice cast, because I would love to know what Colonel Campbell thinks of the Colonel's role in Metal Gear Solid 2, right?
I think there was interviews about that, right?
I'm sure it's somewhere. I haven't watched them, but I'm just saying I would like to watch something like that. We don't have time to do that right now, but I would love to.
I mean, at this rate, might as well.
But that's true.
Anyway.
Moving on. No, we definitely need to be moving on. Now's everybody's, I guess, favorite part of the game, the swimming section.
Woo, bro. What the fuck?
We've got to go find Emma Emmerich, who is Hal's long lost sister, who turns out to
sister
to be the programmer for GW and Arsenal Gear. So, just like her brother, she seems to be a part of this giant weapon. She's a genius and just happens to be part of creating a giant weapon without really knowing what it's all about. So to get to her, because of Fat Man's bomb, most of Shell 2 is kind of underwater and is flooding. So we've got to swim through the lower levels of the core to find Emma. And this is... okay, it's not the worst swimming controls I've ever had in the game, but they're not great. And I think Details Dork really wants to vent about the swimming.
Well, I was doing it with Drew.
Both of you were.
Yeah, we were both doing it. It's not great. Honestly, like, I really wish I could... There's only 2 issues I have with this, honestly. I want to be able to invert up and down in the water. I think it's backwards. I hate it. And 2, the controls for the direction when you're underwater aren't the same for when you're getting air. So, like, when you swim up to, like, the pockets of light, which are, like, the air pockets, if you're holding the same direction that you, like, would have been holding because you know which way you want to go next, that'll fling you somewhere else, because now when you're on the surface of the water, you control differently. Like, you actually control here's what it is, right? When you're in the water, holding right will have him steer to the right. Whereas when you're, like, above water, holding right will have him look immediately all the way to the right. So you're completely facing him in a whole different direction. And you have to keep that in mind every time, especially because the camera angles change when you go up to get air. So you have to keep in mind, okay, if you had to get air and you're on, like, a three-way intersection of the hallway, then you have to really make sure you went the right way. You're going to get lost so many times in this part because of it.
Every time I went to get air, I was disoriented when I went back underwater.
Yeah, that was my experience too.
Wow, I nailed it. I nailed it this time, guys. I nailed it.
So what were you complaining about,
working on that one. Yeah, you really were working on that one all day, huh?
What do you mean, what was I complaining about? Yeah, it wasn't good. I didn't. Also, it's even harder because on a hard, they throw in a whole bunch more of these underwater mines. Avoiding those sucked. And also, it does make sense. It does make sense. I saw threads about this. It does make sense. If you call Snake, Raiden will go, why are there underwater mines? Didn't this place just get flooded? Why would there be mines here? And then he goes, oh, I think it's that one guy that we saw after the Harrier. He must have planted them or something like that.
Oh my
God.
God.
Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense.
What the fuck?
Yeah, no, they accuse Vamp of doing it.
Dude, that's actually goated as fuck.
Kojima and friends think of everything.
Well, because we've said, I think, in previous podcasts about, we don't ask for much. Sometimes you only need, like, the simplest little explanation, but just, like, cover your bases. It does so much more to immerse yourself in the game world when you have this thought, like, why is it this way? And the game will actually go, oh, it's because of this. And the reason might be stupid, but just the fact there's a reason adds so much.
And you know what? Just to say something positive about the swimming sections real quick, it's a real hard time getting Raiden from point A to point B in these underwater sections. But you know what, Dork? If you had to do this in real life, I bet you couldn't do it.
Oh, for God's sake.
You slayed with that one, so I'll just let you have that W. In fact, I'll let you have that GW.
Well, actually, Drew, I just underwent VR training for swimming called Metal Gear Solid 2, so I think I could do it pretty well.
The ultimate swimmer trained by a video game.
Oh, it connects because of the themes of the game. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Dave.
Yeah.
That's very
Anyway,
clever of you, actually.
let's get to EE. Let's get to
Well,
EE.
but before EE, and this actually shocked me because I knew the vamp fight was coming up. I just forgot where it was. So when I get through the first swimming section and I enter a room and suddenly vamp is there, I'm like, oh shit, okay, it's the vamp fight.
Yeah, but before that, we see Stillman.
Oh, yeah. Yep. It's he is sure a still man.
You sure could say that. You could say that in a manner of speech.
All right, so Vamp.
I just was. Boots.
All right, so here's a boss fight of this guy we've been seeing this whole time. I'd actually go as far to say that this is one of the more like, in fact, yeah, I think out of all the bosses, like this is one of the ones where it's like we've been seeing him the entire game. This is one that actually felt like the first one that felt like it had some genuine lead up to it, because of course, like Solidus was new in the Harrier. Fortune was basically new. I mean, she had the one cutscene. Olga was new, and Fat Man was talked about, but that's it. So this one is the first one where it's like, we finally get to fight you. Wow, this game, it's funny how good it is, but how not great it is compared to MGS1 in terms of like, oh, like we finally get to fight this person, you know?
Well, remember how we had that conversation earlier about whether I asked you whether you thought Foxhound or Dead Cell were better groups of enemies, and you all agreed that Dead Cell was kind of a bad substitute for what Foxhound was, and I think part of it is that we don't really get to know them that well.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, we've been talking a bit about forgetting about what cutscenes are about. There's a conversation that Raiden has with Vamp, and the only thing I remember about it is that the water in this room has like extra oxygen in it, so anything that falls into it is going to completely drown. It's impossible to submerge from this. So that's something you have to watch out for as you play through this fight, because if you accidentally fall in the middle of the room, well, that's curtains.
Yeah.
I think that was a really weird. I mean, it was cool because I thought it was trying to be like, hey, extra oxygen, use explosives on it, you know, that kind of thing. And yeah, that's kind of what happened, because if you use like your stinger in the water, you can see his breath just drop dramatically. So I imagine that's what's going on. But I feel like I was never in danger of falling in the water. Like it's just a gap in the middle. I don't know. Like if he didn't say that, would you two have thought to swim underwater?
Well, I must admit that I think I died in the water in one of my previous playthroughs, and
Rip.
I could see myself thinking, "Oh, he's underwater. I wonder if I can go in and chase him."
What game do you think you're playing, Dave?
Well, look, I was a lot younger when I first played this, and yeah. Well, let's just say
Honestly, Dave, in your defense, right? I say, what game do you think you're playing? This is a game where eventually they give you a sword and have you swing it around. Like, that was unexpected as fuck. And there already is a swimming section, so maybe I'm just being a little bit cruel. Maybe Kojima and friends could have been like, yeah, you have to swim and plant a C4 on his butt, you know? Like,
well, also, we had just gone through an entire sequence of swimming. And here's a boss that actually goes into the water, so... You know, it's not completely nuts.
That's a good point. If this was a Zelda dungeon, that would... Yeah, you're right.
If this was a Zelda dungeon, whoa, what a fucking
Yeah, but
Zelda
if this was a
dungeon
Zelda dungeon, we'd dive in the water and chase after them. So I don't know if it's completely analogous.
What? No, that's what we're saying, Drew. Drew, did you just clock in just now? That's what I'm saying. Like, Dave is right. That if this was a Zelda dungeon, then it makes sense. Yeah.
Oh, I see. No, I got it turned around in my head for some reason.
All good.
So, Drew, what did you rank this fucking vampire boss?
I put Vampire at number 3. Thought it was pretty cool, and I liked getting frozen when he hits your shadow, and I liked shooting him with missiles, and I liked when he would dance around and be faster than you, and it was very funny.
Perfect. Dave, I want to hear yours first.
Okay, for me, Vamp is number 4.
Slay.
It's now I didn't use the stingers. I used the grenade launcher, but same thing because bullets can't hit him, and I even called the Colonel and Snake a couple times. And it's funny because I don't think what the game wants you to do, like the hints they were giving, it didn't lead me to think explosives. But as I was going through my guns, I saw the grenade launcher there, and I go, well, he can't predict an explosion. We can't escape from it, so I'm just going to use the grenade launcher. And yeah, the grenade launcher worked a treat. It was actually almost too easy. I only had trouble at the very end when I had to hit him one more time. That's when he got super fast, and it was really difficult to try and get a beat on him.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I think it's a very fun fight. It's cool how he goes in the water. It's cool how he goes up to the top. The pinning your shadow down is really weird. But yeah, it's such a small room, and he's such an agile opponent that I think it really works. Now, Dork.
I like how you both are like slyly integrating like the knowledge I told you about with the shadow into your own, because I'm the one who told them about so did you know, by the way, that the reason why you're getting frozen is because he's like throwing a dagger at your shadow. If he hits your shadow, you get frozen, and each of them were like, what?
Of course, yeah, it's so wild. Other than that, it's just like, man, when he freezes you, it really sucks.
In my first playthrough, I didn't get frozen at all, and I was just like, or at the very least, if I did, it was like when he was already dying, because I think I remember Raiden going, I can't move, and I was like, what do you mean? I'm shooting him. It's fine. Because again, you can still aim and shoot. So for me, I didn't even know. In the first playthrough, I didn't even go to the other side. I just stood there for most of the time, and I was fine. It was so easy. Because I just kept like shooting the water like with the stinger, and then I just like when he was up here, I kept shooting him. I don't know. But the second playthrough was a little more interesting. I tried to do, because I knew what all the bosses were, and I was like, if there's gonna be any of them that have some interesting like ways of going about it, it's got to be him. So then I was like, I'm gonna plant some C4 in the area he always goes to. I'm gonna try this and try that, and it just kind of seemed like more of a hassle, to be honest. Honestly, like the grenade launcher is just the goat in this scenario. Like use the stinger to get him out of the water, and then just like he's gonna appear there or there. Get your grenade launcher ready. But he's good though. I have him at 3.
Cool.
I enjoy his fight, even though it is easy. I just love him like dancing on the railings. Like, what are you doing up there, dude? He does a little clap too. You guys watch his clap?
I can't recall it, but yeah, he's a very stylistic character.
Yeah, it's funny how in this, wow, he kind of, he's analogous to the entire game, Dave.
Oh?
You know how you were saying how like MGS1 balances on the knife edge of like being goofy and brilliant, whereas MGS2 it goes back and forth like wildly. Yeah. He does too. Because they're almost all of his sure, we'll add that to the theory. But it's funny because like he in some scenes he's like a brooding, like the faction was called the Brood, wasn't it, in wrestling? Yeah, he's like fucking like Gangrel, but then like there are other times when he's acting like Rey Mysterio, flying all around. It's like, this guy's a goofy guy. Like, what's going on? Clapping around like he's Funkasaurus. I'm doing wrestling references today. I'm doing it.
Queen.
No. Queen.
He had, at the time we thought so, but he has a really cool death sequence too when he finished the fight, where he gets sucked under the water that he had no trouble swimming in before.
I don't even remember it.
He starts drowning, and then as he gets pulled under the water, you just see like this huge amount of red just rise up.
Well, he ain't dead, so.
No. When he came back later in the game, I'm like, really? You came back even from that?
It's the Austin Powers scene. Why won't you die? Like that thing.
Yeah.
You guys don't know that one?
I know that one.
Oh, okay. Well, you didn't laugh hard enough to compensate for Drew not laughing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So after Vamp, we got swimming section number 2, right?
Woo! More swimming. This is
Oh,
this
fuck
is the one
yes.
where you have to go. Isn't this the one where you have to go like, go through the filing cabinets and the structures, like over this, under this? Yeah, that was annoying.
I was really curious why there were so many air pockets so close together, and you probably could. And I was just thinking, I wonder if they were compensating for anyone who was having a lot of trouble like with the controls. But I guess it makes sense if you have Emma. But even still, there's a lot of them really close together.
Yeah, yeah, but I'm not complaining because when you get Emma and come back, I got confused, disorientated, and yeah, she ended up suffocating, and I had to redo the sequence.
Wow,
I-
really?
well-
Because after she loses breath, she like her health slowly goes down. You let her die too.
I had nowhere to go.
No, the same thing happened to me too, Dave. I just got super turned around with the fucking camera. Although it wasn't in like that long room with like all the steel beams and shit. It was like the room like right after it because I just got so fucking disoriented.
Because I spent too much time in that room as well. Oh, sorry.
I like the first couple times like through the room, like I was like, oh yeah, let me use all the air pockets. But then eventually I was like, okay, I know like exactly like how to just schmooze through this like specific vertical section. I think it was like the other sections where I was like, this is a little bit too maze-like where it's hard to keep all of the details in my head with like the camera spinning around all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
Even
Yeah,
the radar doesn't really help very much.
no, it's just more frustrating than it needs to be.
Yeah.
But we are getting a little ahead of ourselves because we do have to meet Emma first, and she's Hal's sister, and we pretty much meet her in almost exactly the same way. we
Yep,
met
she
Hal.
pisses her pants.
Yep.
And this is the big. This was a huge reveal for Drew that Jennifer Hale was in the game.
Yeah, I was like, whoa, it's Jennifer Hale. What the fuck? Yeah, I was very surprised. But Jennifer Hale obviously does a great performance as usual as Emma. Emma's got some sass to her. Very fun to hang out with for this section of the game. I don't know, the tragic backstory was I genuinely don't know how to feel about it because it both like is sincere, but it's also incredibly over the top. So I'm genuinely like not sure how to feel about it, but I would say overall I really do like. Well, I would just say overall I do like Emma a lot. Like she's a fun character to hang out with, even with her vulnerabilities. I like spending time with her. She's definitely very infantilized. How old is she? I don't.
I have the age here. Because I honestly had no clue until they started talking about, like, it was crazy. Like, on the first playthrough, again, perhaps just because there's so much more important information to try to keep in my head than this little side story thing, I just figured, like, she was old. I thought she was, like, in her upper 20s because, like, why not, But no, she's 18 here, so...
Oh, my God.
Jesus Christ.
Everything that happens that they talk about in the past... she was a minor for. So that was a little shocking to me. I was like, also, this also like reeks of Fat Man. Well, that sounded weird, but she can develop this thing when she's this young. Are you kidding me?
Well, it's kind of a I love anime, but in a lot of Japanese video games as well, it's kind of that trope of the child genius. How you got someone who's completely accomplished, and then you look at their age and they're only like 16 or 18. I guess that's because a lot of Japanese media loves having like teenagers as protagonists, because I guess that's the audience for a lot of this stuff. But yeah, it's just so weird, like especially with Emma being like this genius programmer who created this AI model for GW. If she's 18 now, she'd had to be working on this for at least 2 years, the tanker was sunk 2 years ago, if not earlier, because she was she was accomplished in her field before they hired her. So, that's just like how these fucking child prodigies.
Well, it does apparently run in their family, but I don't know
Yeah.
about that because I haven't played MGS3.
And the thing I really wanted to bring up is in between Swing Section 1 and 2, they have a break. And that's when Emma goes into the idea of the Patriots suppressing information, or just the government in general. Like the idea that, I forget when, but when we cracked the human genome, it was something about like there's like 30,000 pairs. I'm getting the numbers wrong, but she goes, that was actually suppressed. It was the Patriots, because there's actually 100,000 genome pairs. So the general public is missing all this information about what's actually going. And she brings up Y2K, how, Y2K was avoided thanks in part to a lot of hard work by the American government. It's kind of saved the world. And what she insinuates is, yes, and the Patriots were able to place, a computer program, or at least place an algorithm into the world's computing networks to as kind of a backdoor when we solved Y2K. It was this idea that what the public thinks it knows has always been very tightly controlled. And of course, that plays into the idea that GW will be this to the nth degree, because this is a way for the Patriots to have full control over the flow of information that the internet provides. Because when this game came out in 2001, Kojima obviously saw the idea that, because the idea is, that the Patriots are afraid that with the internet, anyone can access any information they want at any time, and that's really bad for them.
Huh. I guess when she was talking about the Y2K, I wasn't really getting that. Again, it's so hard to keep, like, to follow everything exactly as, because it's almost like you hear 2 lines of a codec call and like your brain kind of like mulls that over as other stuff is being said.
Yeah.
So sometimes like you miss, it's very hard to keep everything in mind. I almost wonder if this would work even better as like a text-based RPG, where I can really like read things slowly sometimes.
Yeah, but
I guess,
then again, like without the performances as well, would you just glaze over all the information being presented to you in text?
I mean, you're not wrong, because of course, like all the voice acting and stuff, it's a huge part. I'm just saying, it's just a fact that like a lot of stuff. You even said it. It's just you can miss stuff. You can forget stuff because they just assault you with it. I guess I thought like the Y2K example was an example of how information was being passed on throughout the world in real time to solve an issue. I guess I didn't interpret that as like, like the Patriots, like all of that was a front for what the Patriots did. I thought it was, like the Patriots kickstarted this, and then like we saw how well information can travel throughout the world in real time, and it was like a big success. I guess I didn't really correlate that like with the Patriots suppressing. Honestly, I kind of thought it was like a random thing that like wasn't even like related to her like suppression topic.
Because, well, I think it's the same conversation, and that's why I linked the two. Because, the idea of the genome, the idea that what we think we know about the unlocking of the human genome was actually suppressed information, and there's so much more to our DNA that we know about. And, I imagine, as a government, to have access to the extra information about how to control people. Heck, that's maybe how they do the whole lale-lule-lo thing. The idea of just being able to influence behavior through these genes we have no idea about. But that's what the Y2K thing hit me as. The whole idea as we used a global crisis. We solved it, yes, but we used it as a way to increase our control. By now we have control over basically the world's computer systems, because they all needed these updates to not have Y2K basically turn our technology obsolete.
Oh, that's a little less cool then, I won't lie.
Drew, where did you come down on this, or did it not really hit you, this section?
Yeah, the Y2K stuff didn't really hit me that hard. Dave, you actually did remind me of it. I mean, obviously, it was still a hot button issue even in 2001. Like, that's crazy that this game came out in 2001 and was directly talking about Y2K. Um, so I do think it's really cool for that because this game, as well as it's aged in so many ways, is also specifically of its time as well because Kojima wanted to speak directly to people of the time. It just happens to age really, really well as well. Because internet and censorship has been like a hot button issue from the beginning, and obviously it still is because that's not an issue that's ever going to go away. So that is really interesting. So I do think it's really cool for that reason about specifically contextualizing this game's release, right? Like all games and all art is inherently political because it is released in a time frame, right? And this game especially for that reason. But the genome thing, that especially hit me because I was like, I see. So this is specifically like how they want to suppress information. This is specifically how they want to control information is just keeping information from people so that they are funneled more towards specific ways of thinking that the Patriots want them to have. Yeah.
And it's almost like that. It's not called a white lie, but a half truth. That's what I'm thinking of because it's like we unlocked the genome. Here's everything we know about it. Well, we actually only told you a small percentage of what actually happened. So we did tell you the truth. We've unlocked the genome, and here's what we know about it. We just neglected to tell you all the rest of it.
Exactly. Now, lies by omission on an international scale.
I don't know a lot about that realm, I guess. Is that an actual thing, or is that just like made up for the game?
Well, we would never know, Dork, because it's being suppressed.
No,
okay.
So
no, in
real, in real life, it was the 30,000, but Emma is presenting it that way, fictitiously.
Oh, okay. And that way, good. So I can have my original thought then, like not like tainted. Because honestly, when she said that, I honestly was like, this is dumb. Like, this is just stupid. Guys, what if, like we actually had 27 chromosomes? Like, I'd be like, whatever, I don't care. I don't give a fuck. Well, how is that going to change anything for anybody? Who cares about the... Like, I understand in terms of, like, scientists who are, like, looking into this, but what does it matter that, okay, like, how about this? As an example, if we had, like, if NASA had, like, done a sweep, like here's the current state of the universe. We estimate around like this many billion planet or like solar system or star systems are out there. This many like billion or like this many trillion like galaxies, and everyone's like, "Whoa, that's cool." But then they're like, "There's actually 400 quintillion. We just hid them." I'd be like, "Well, who cares? Well, whatever. There's still a lot. That's cool."
Well, I think the idea is that the genome is essentially what makes us us. And the idea that a government might have access to ways to influence human behavior that we're not aware of is more frightening.
Hang on. What is the human genome? Because perhaps I'm just not understanding the gravity of what is being said.
It's basically our DNA.
Well, yeah, who cares? I'm sorry, I'm being like this, but it just really strikes me as like they're withholding information from you that you would never have cared about anyway. Like, oh man, you're right. Like, I bet, like, if it's like I already have a good analogy, but it's like, I can do the same thing for like example, dinosaurs Dork. Too. Like, there was 10 more dinosaurs they just didn't tell you about. Like, no.
Well, for example, Dork, if they withheld that information about the genome, imagine something that is a little bit more relevant to your life specifically that they could also choose to withhold because they could get away with it.
True. Sorry. I guess the way like my head was framing it was like she like said this as if like the actual info was pertinent and honestly, it almost just kind of strikes to me as like this was like a test, like to see if they could do it. Like I understand it as like a statement of like, yeah, you know, like these patriots are able to withhold like something on this massive scale, pretty crazy, right? But I almost think it works as like a show of what they could do, whereas which I think that's what each of you two are saying, which I agree with. But when I heard it, it was more about the actual like genome thing. It's kind of how she words it, like with her tone. Like, did you know there's fucking 70,000 more human genome shit? And Raiden's like, not the genomes. Like, that's kind of how it hit me, you know? Like, the genomes were like the, you know, like the actual like problem.
It is kind of ridiculous. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from there.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
That's funny.
But it's kind of interesting as well, because just thinking about like both those examples and kind of what the Patriots are, it really is, because the genome thing to me, it plays at the fear that kind of is at the center of all conspiracy theories, is that huge, important shit is going on all around you that, of course, you know, as people, we really don't have any control of it, even if we knew it. But like the fact that we're being lied to and we're being controlled by the absence of information. And I think that hits to me because like there are counterexamples, but generally one of my like core philosophies is that I think it's always better to know something than to not know something. So that kind of, you know, that's why that idea of that level of manipulation, it comes from, and that's where I get squirmy, because it does kind of come from the same core of where conspiracy theories come from. It's like, fuck, I don't want to be part of that. But it is a real, I guess it's that real fear of, oh shit, I'm fucking in the dark and people have control over me by ways I have.
Dave likes to fuck with the lights on, revealed.
Well, how else can I see all the freckles?
All the peach fuzz that the women don't have.
Guys, what is this podcast? What the fuck, dude?
This is the highlight. This is what we're gonna clip out.
This is what we.
But do you
well, he said he likes to fuck in the dark.
But do you kind of, am I explaining myself well? Do you kind of get where I'm coming from?
I do. I know exactly what you're saying, and for me, I almost kind of feel I agree with it, but in terms of my personal, because like I do agree that the absolute truth should be like withheld, or I should say upheld, you know, like to the highest scrutiny, right? It like the world like would always be a better place if the absolute truth was always like what was, you know, the truth, right? And if everyone was like privy to everything that they were able to know, all that kind of stuff, right? Whatever. But in terms of my personal, you know, how I'm seeing it from like out of my own two eyeballs here, I don't know. I feel like I don't really care if there are lots of things like, you know, I'm only here for like hopefully 100 years, you know, perhaps 85. I don't know. I'm just vibing here. I'm hoping I have a good time.
No, you know? you're completely right. And I look, even with the stuff we know, you know, we have so little control over the way, you know, like how big things shape our lives anyway, that it is kind of ridiculous to have that fear of the unknown shit, because the known shit is bad enough, right? But it probably plays to something, you know, very similar to the idea of yearning and always wanting more. You know, it's something that I've got to deal with internally. But yeah, it's that whole sequence did hit me pretty hard. Just the level of manipulation they're able to go through, and the example of the genome really made me go, oh fuck. So, you know, most people out there have no idea how malleable humanity is.
Yeah, no, honestly, like it hits on a whole bunch of interesting themes just of the whole game of like, I don't know, like the right place. It's funny because right now we're just in the swimming section with Emma, and all this like really deep shit's coming out, out from the depths of the water. Get it? But like this game made me think about how like, does anybody, like, does anybody at any time ever truly have a grasp of what happens in a certain
No.
event? Because I was even thinking history books and historians and stuff, we always use like, like firsthand sources of like the people who lived in the time. But it'd be so, because even right now, even the stuff we're living through, we're only getting, like what we're seeing. So even if someone 100 years from now we're able to like to teleport back here and be like, oh, it's 2025 in action. It's a person from 2025. Could you explain to me like what happened? And I'd be like, I don't fucking know. Like like shit's crazy. Like it happens every day. It's so hard to grasp it.
And
And
this is why eyewitness testimony is not taken as seriously as a type of evidence, because even in this podcast, in certain areas we've been trying to remember, things that happened in conversations or when certain things happened in plot. And we only played this game a couple of weeks ago. We're all pretty smart people. I mean, I fully admit that my memory is just fried, but I think that's ADHD. It just prioritizes remembering certain things over others. And then when I think I've forgotten something, wait 10 minutes and suddenly my brain will go, oh no, here's that thing you wanted. But yeah, it's just not only people's memories, but, all our senses, the way our brains perceive what we see and hear and taste and smell. And if we can articulate that, it's just the variables are just astronomical.
yeah, and like as an example, Dave, what color was Vamp's shirt?
Yeah, I have no fucking idea.
He wasn't wearing a shirt ever.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
That's like because like you haven't to mention like the eyewitness testimony. That's like the thing they always say, that they'll be like, oh, he was wearing a green tie, and like it's always wrong. Because when you're in the moment, you don't think to try to analyze every detail, and I almost think that's the case in terms of just like witnessing history as it happens. It isn't that we can't, like, if we looked into everything all day, maybe we could, but even still, like, we're getting the perspective of, like this person, this person, this person. You can't, like, it isn't a video game, like as if you're playing, as if like you're a caster for like a Civilization 6 game, and it's like, oh, he's doing this. You don't have this perfect, here's everything that happened exactly how it happened. It's just so interesting to me how this game brought that, that out for me, where it's like, yeah, history is written by like the victors, and history, and like knowledge, knowledge itself is able to be controlled in that way too, but it's just so interesting how I don't even think there's ever an ideal, yes, like we 100% know here's the history of this, because you could always have a person, like they didn't account for in like the firsthand sources that that like saw some things that weren't in. I feel like I'm going on a huge rant here or a huge tangent, but like this idea just spoke to me like for quite a few days after I played, where I was just like, does anybody have a grasp on really anything that's happening in total? Like, yeah, we have our bits and pieces and we try to add them up together if we can and try to make a full picture, but can you ever get a full picture of, like, for example, like, like World War II? I'm sure there's a whole bunch of, we have a pretty good idea, but I'm sure there's a whole bunch of, like people from other countries that, like it affected, that, like, even though we took history classes and like World War II was, I think, covered pretty well, I would say. There's a whole lot to cover. Like, did you hear like what happened in like Nigeria as this was happening? I didn't. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, just an example. At any time, like a World War II game covers like Africa at all, it's like, oh shit, they're covering Africa. We completely forget like most of North Africa was like a battlefield in that conflict. But what you just said as well, I mean, we could go even deeper. And one of the core questions of philosophy is, what is truth? And that's why I think this idea can be existentially terrifying to a lot of folks, because can you actually know anything? So everything like I've learned my entire life, can I trust that? Can I trust what I based my values on? It can get really messy really quickly.
Definitely.
Also, it's why I'm so adamant against the idea that objectivity is impossible. So anytime, in the game space especially, I want an objective review, it's like, buddy, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Because it's like, journalism is supposed to be the form where objectivity is supposed to be the highest, right? You write the facts, but it's like, okay, but what newspaper or news station are you working for? What is their slant? What do they tell you to cover? So even choosing what to cover is a very subjective choice. What is your writing style? Who are you as a person? Because that's all going to color what you write. And again, what we just pointed out with memory, even taking notes, it's like, well, what elements of what I was there or who I talked to, what do I actually include in the article? What makes sense to me? It's just all this hodgepodge of, it's like everyone's left their fingerprints on it, and it's impossible for the thing to be clean.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
But then again, I think there's real beauty in that. Just that we're all kind of seeing the universe in our all unique ways, and the only way we can really explain that to each other is to make art or discuss things, or I think it's beautiful.
This podcast is beautiful. This podcast right here that we're doing right now is beautiful, you guys.
It is. It may be ranty and off kilter, but that's part of its charm.
I have to say, I'm a little impressed because we kind of turned our aimless trying to remember shit into a meaningful piece of this little theory here, or of this little idea here. That's kind of impressive, Dave.
That is.
We did good. And I feel like we've ignored any input you had, Drew. Do you have anything to say on this?
No, you guys are just fucking cooking. All I will add is actually the truth is what my opinion is. So
see, that's what I'm talking about, Drew. That's what I'm talking about. You keep the train rolling.
You don't like the thing I like? How dare you?
And unless
exactly,
you
Dave.
Unless you're react streaming, Drew, and then you're like, hold the phone.
Hold the flipping phone.
This song
here.
is this low? Guys, what are we doing here?
You really fucking love those. If you like Mario Kart music at all, you should go and watch Drew's stream.
Yeah, you should watch me beat the fuck out of Moana Crab Man because his list was fucking ass.
Drew has many strong opinions on Mario Kart music, but
it was amazing.
We're here for strong opinions on Metal Gear Solid 2. Damn it.
True. Let's get back to EE.
I think really we should go through the entire swimming section. We should go through leading her along the struts, and we should move right to the sniping section. Any objections?
Nope. Let's keep it moving.
Okay, so there's they go down to the bottom of the shell because the walkways have all been blown up. They have to get back to shell 1, and there's. It's a weird thing where everyone has kind of all the guards have really all gone down to arsenal gear. It's ready to be turned on, but there's this pontoon, let's call it that, like pontoon walkway across all the struts. And EE, she's scared of water. That's why we had to swim her through. She overcame her fear, but now the walkway is only wide enough for one person to walk across at a time, and for some reason there are still a bunch of guards around, and there are a bunch of ciphers around, and the first walkway has claymores all along it. So what you got to do is EE's got to walk along by yourself, and you've got to play support with your sniper rifle and make sure nothing happens to her. And
Dave,
yep,
I'd love to stop you for a sec because I want to do a little many rant, if you'll indulge. So it wasn't that it's not wide enough; it's that it's not like buoyant enough, or whatever. Because I remember. So there's this infamous part in my head where this is a life or death situation, Emma. All right, where Raiden asks, "How much do you weigh?" And then she goes, "You're gonna ask my age next too?" And I'm just like, Emma, now is not the fucking time to do this, like, I'm a girl, you shouldn't ask me my weight shit. This is literally, can you survive walking across these fucking platforms?
Ugh.
So that, I won't, okay, Drew, I have to ask, like, is this still a thing, like, with women? Like, I don't, like, it's like that number is just like, don't you dare ask them. It's like, well, sometimes it's useful information.
I think it is for the fucking straights, but I in my circle of the world, I don't.
Well,
I
wait.
think people are a little bit beyond that.
Well, is it just me being like, I don't know, weird? But it's like, unless it's your doctor, should anybody be asking anybody their weight?
Not particularly. I mean, there's definitely
no.
circles where it's more acceptable, like medical procedures, and obviously this is a situation where Raiden's like, "Hey, could you like get across this?" Or like, I don't know, like gym shit. You know what I mean? Like, are you trying to bulk or whatever?
Oh yeah.
There's some circles where it's more acceptable, but for the most part, it's like, who cares?
Well, Dave, right? I think this would be a very strange question out of the blue, you know, like or even like as like a, you know, obviously like this isn't a question that would even like make any sense in 80% of the context. But I just mean like I'm thinking about like I think I've had it at like work before a long time ago. Like if we're talking about like lifting people or something like that. You know, and it's related to the topic, and everyone, you know, it's just I don't know. It just
Dork. I'm completely agreeing with you here. Like I guess I was talking abstractly, like, but asking people about their weight, that's just weird.
Because like all you're really asking is like, hey, how dense are you in there? Because of course, because I mean, height is also like the same kind of information, but you can kind of gauge that immediately.
Yeah.
Whereas like weight, you can get. You know, you have information in front of you, like if they have not crazy baggy clothing, right? You have some information in front of you. But I mean, it's funny because all you're really asking is like, how well is your body, you know, packing the fat in you?
or muscle.
That's true.
This is so stupid.
And
I'm
of course,
sorry,
some
everyone.
people. Well, here's what I will say. I think at the end of the day, with Emma Emmerich, we have to remember that Hideo Kojima is a middle-aged straight guy from writing a female character in 2001 that's supposed to be funny, right? Yeah. So he's like, wait, guys, I've got this funny. They're sitting in the room at 1 a.m. and he's like, oh, I've got to fucking finish this dialogue. Wait, I've got the funniest joke that anyone's ever heard, and I'm gonna fucking type it in, and. He sits back, he puts his arms up at the side of his head, and he goes, I have created absolute cinema.
Oh, fuck.
My God. Drew, okay. I should preface, like, it's not like, I actually think that Jennifer Hale, if anything, you know what? Jennifer Hale slays, because you can tell when you have a good performer when you just like don't even like realize how stupid a line is because they just happen to, you know, to deliver it really well. She has such a good like sass with it. Honestly, her and Raiden had pretty good chemistry.
No, they absolutely did. Ultimately, Emma's time in the game is very brief because the game is like, unlike us, the game is like, all right, let's keep it moving here with this girl.
Unlike us, what do you mean, Drew?
We've been here for like 50 hours. And also, if you're listening to this podcast, can you take a look down at the time bar and just check in with yourself? Just take a deep breath. Go get some water if you fucking need it. You know,
Feel
for
like
a walk.
One of the people that's going to be at listening to this far in is going to be Dave in 2 years. Like, yes.
Dave, go take a walk down to the coffee shop, bro. It's gonna be
This is meta.
Yeah, go get a. Yeah, we're getting. This is getting so freaking meta. No, but
Hi, 2026, Dave. How are you doing?
Not good, man. Not good.
This episode rocks. No, but yeah, Raiden and Emma, because even Raiden do be getting a little sassy with it. I don't know. I don't know much about Raiden, but he do be slaying. Let's just say that. So. I do think like him and Emma do just have like a little like they don't take each other's shit, but they give each other shit, and it is kind of funny.
I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, they had a very fun dynamic, which I guess, does get ruined when Hal enters the picture and they have to reconcile what happened with them.
Oh, Details Dork.
Drew, play the Details Dork theme song. Play the Details Dork theme song right here.
All right, so for realsies though, even though our time with Emma is short, and there's pretty major like scenes with her and Hal discussing, there's such a brief time where you're not underwater. I mean, I think you can do underwater too, because fucking like nanomachines are special. Who the fuck knows? But either way, there's such a brief time where you're with Emma and you can do this. You can just keep calling Snake, and he'll and Emma will just speak up, go, put Hal on the phone. They'll just fucking like bicker back and forth for like 2 minutes, and then either Raiden or Snake will be like, all right, let's fucking move on, which we were not doing in the podcast, but they did, And then what I did? I fucking I star 69 again. I called him again, and then it was one time. It was really funny because it appeared that like Raiden was gonna ask Snake a question, as if it was between them. Like, oh, okay, this one isn't gonna have Emma take over, and then Emma goes, out of the way. Where's Hal? Like she pushes him out of the way. Also, what is this? Like, are they in like a video call? Because it really does look like she pushes him out of the way of like the video Skype call. Also, rip Skype.
R.I.P. Skype. I do.
No, it's just it's a whole lot of interesting, fun, like dynamic stuff. I wish you guys would have been able to hear all of it. It's really fun.
Well,
guys,
I barreled past it, but then I'm reminded of after you get out of the water, the elevator has all these cockroaches in front of it, and Emma hates bugs.
Yeah.
So there are multiple ways to get her past that.
You could knock her out and drag her over to the elevator.
That's what I did. Yeah.
I used the coolant on the bugs and got rid of them all.
Yeah, that's what I did.
So you knew the coolant could get rid of bugs, but not wake someone up, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? No, it doesn't.
Oh, and also you use coolant on like the fire as you're with Emma too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I like how they like. It's interesting as we said, like there's a bunch of items you don't use a lot, but the coolant, I think they got a pretty good mileage out of the coolant.
Yeah, they got their money's worth out of that coolant.
Guys, we're so bad at this podcast thing. So, sniper section.
Yeah, so here's a bit, and this happened to Dork on his first time through too, and I wonder if it happened to you, Drew. Now, you're set up to do the sniping, and Snake says, if you want help, call me and I'll cover the sniping on my end. And I thought, cool, that means that I can just get some support and not have to worry about the entire breadth of the landscape. No, you call Snake, and it's basically, oh, you idiot, you don't know how to snipe? Let me take over for you. And anytime you look at a cipher or a guard or anything, before you can even pull off the trigger, Snake's like, bam. And it's like, oh, I wish I hadn't called Snake so I could have tried to do this on my own.
Well, on the one hand, it's a great moment where it's like, oh, shoot. It drives home, I'm the novice or Raiden is the novice and Snake is the expert here. But really, yeah, I was like, oh no, I wouldn't mind some extra support because I was getting a little overwhelmed like before Emma got off of like the first bridge, right? And so I called Snake, and then Snake just like took the whole thing over, and I was like, oh well damn it, I wanted to do this. I just wanted a little extra help. I was just getting a little overwhelmed. But yeah,
it's crazy that we all had the same exact scenario. Yeah, because for me, I was already in a very annoyed mood, so I alt tabbed, and then I was like, oh goody, I didn't save in a while, so I got to do all this shit again. The sniping section is really cool. I was trying to haggle with these two to put this in as a boss fight. It's not. Again, come on, we can't stretch the term like boss fight this much, but it's a very cool section that gives. I'm always a fan of, as we've seen, giving items like use in a game. I kind of feel like weirdly good about it. Like if I play a game and there's like a section where I have to use something, it's like, man, I'm getting the most out of this tool, and this is great. I'm glad that, yeah, and this is how I felt here. Again, we've been getting like the drug thing, like the Penzanium or whatever I don't know what it's called. Like the one where like it stops you like from shaking with the sniper. I had 10 at this point. Yeah. And I just used them all here. This is the only section, in my opinion, that makes, like this and like the Cypher are the only two parts where it's like, yeah, this makes sense to have. And yeah, it's only one section, sadly, but it's still cool. It's still really neat. And using like the thermal goggles too was really cool.
Oh, I love that. Of course, when Emma's almost at the end, well, our buddy Vamp shows up again.
Dude, I remember typing this in, because again, I was in a pretty bad mood. I typed this immediately in our chat. And I think I was like, he's fucking back again. This is stupid. and Dave's like, well, he isn't alive, so of course he'll be back. He'll never die or something. Whatever, man.
I don't know. I mean, after his death in that room, it is kind of ridiculous. He just jumps out of the water. But, you get to show off your sniping skills and pop him right in the head and not hit Emma, because the window for not hitting her and getting him is pretty brief. It was kind of like I had to really like pick my shot.
Yeah, and I really enjoyed this section. Do you guys ever have that thing with like shooting stuff where you feel like you try to nudge it just a little bit and it goes like exactly on the other side of what you're trying to aim at? And so that kept happening to me. And so like it really was right down to the wire for me doing this like little set piece. So I felt really rewarded by accomplishing it. I felt really cool for it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to say, yeah, I agree. In fact, I'm actually gonna go. I disagree with past Drew, because she said earlier that she liked how the aiming was handled. I actually think that the sniper aiming is really bad. I have I'm on the MGS collection thing on PC. I have a really good controller. That shouldn't be the issue. You physically can't move in small enough increments. If you're like, those claymores were impossible sometimes because you just can't move in small enough increments to actually precisely, what I ended up having to do was move like a larger distance than like what I actually wanted, so I could then inch closer to it, because you move in such big gaps, and I'm like, what is with this like the sensitivity or like the dead zones, or I don't know what's going on, but it just did not feel good. I almost wanted to grab my mouse out, just be like, I'm gonna fucking use a mouse. This is ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. Because in normal like third person shooter games, if you use a controller, you have the other stick, so you can make smaller like micro movements with like your actual like character's movement, and it'll make small adjustments. You can't do that in the sniper section, or any first person thing. It's just, the left stick is how you aim, and just, man, it was just like, why can't I just have this thing move smallerly?
MGS should have had gyro controls. I'm gonna say it.
That'd be cool. But yeah, because the D-pad was the only thing you had in Metal Gear Solid, so it was more of a one-to-one type of thing.
Yeah, it's true, actually. I'm sure. I wonder if I had this exact same complaint about like the sniping section in the first game. It sounds like something I'd say, but yeah, I won't hold us up any longer. But Vamp does hold up Juliet, Emma. Yeah, he does hold up Emma. And then we kill him forever, right, Dave?
Yeah. Well, I mean, seeing that the shot in the head worked so well the first time it happened, I'm sure he's gone.
I'm sure he's gone. Yeah, I'm sure he won't.
He's gotta
show up in the credits.
you have Vamp go, yes, Miss Queen.
What?
No, that was stupid. Cut that.
No, I liked it. No, it's Drew. Keep it in.
I'm gonna actually veto that. Yeah.
No.
So Vamp apparently stabbed Emma
Yeah.
And Emma's like, you stabbed me. And then Snake's like, you know?
Yeah, there's this sequence where Emma's being looked after by Hal, and Snake and Raiden are in the corner talking about the GW disc. And they put it in, and I think at this point it doesn't fully work.
And Emma's like, is it working? And then Raiden's like, yeah. Like, he just lies to her.
Because Snake like shakes his head at him and like, don't make it any worse for her. She's dying anyway, just lie. And
I have a question for Drew here.
Hit
Is
me.
that fine? Drew, did you have like a audio visual desync in this scene?
Do you know what? I think I did.
Really?
Yeah, just for like this scene though, I think.
Yeah,
It didn't happen. Like I think no, maybe it wasn't a codec call that like fixed it, but I think once they got to like the elevator, it had been fixed.
Yep. Because
But, yeah.
it happened to me on the first playthrough. I was really distracted by it, and it kind of caused me like to not really take it seriously, because it's hard when they're a second or two like apart from how it is. And yeah, sure enough, on the second playthrough is the exact same thing, the exact same scene. So that I think the MGS collection, at least on PC, Dave, I'm not sure how your like PS3 copy held up on that part, but that part is out of sync.
I'll have to check the footage, but I think I would remember if there was like a glaring out of sync issue, because out of sync audio really gets to me.
Well then, maybe until further notice, the PC issue. Sorry, the issue is PC, or no, the issue is the updated version. Got it. Whatever.
But,
it's late.
We get we get the tragic backstory. I don't know how much you want to go into it or discuss it.
We got to discuss all of it.
Okay. Okay. Because
if you want, I'll take it from here.
Okay, let me just go. We'll go through that, but I just want to mention that after this, we have the coolest like slow-mo walk in video game history. With I
guess his sister just died and he's holding a parrot. like honestly, like with context, that scene's fucked up. Because I've seen that GIF where it's like, oh, the boys are gonna hit the town or something stupid like that. I'm just like, dude, his fucking sister just died and he's got the emotional support parrot. Are you kidding me?
and afterwards, he walks to a new room and he breaks down. Yeah, poor Hal. But they play the Metal Gear Solid theme, the da na 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 na, and it's just like, oh, it's so good. But yes, we have to go into how fucked the backstory of Hal and Emma Emmerich is. So, Dork, I believe you have the most thoughts on this sequence.
Yeah. So, long story short, Hal and Emma are step siblings. Their parents married, like, obviously. And I think Hal was like 15 and Emma was like 6 or something. So it was a pretty big age gap. But they were really close. Really close. And, like, at one point, Emma said they played house together. And then she had to quickly correct, well, no, not like that, or something like that. So I'm like, what the fuck? This is weird. And it's just kind of, so like they almost have this undertone of like, she's almost like in love with him essentially. And anyway, it's revealed that he left, the family because Emma almost died in the pool or something. She was a good swimmer, but she had issues like one day or something. And she was screaming out for him to help, but he was in his room distracted with something. We don't know what it is yet. Or at the time, like when we first hear about it, we didn't hear what it was yet.
I put that together later. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, gross, right?
Because originally I thought, oh, he's just doing what a teenage boy does. Is that what this is? But sadly not.
Yeah. When I first heard it, he just said, I was distracted with something. And I was just like, hey man, I get it. I've been in my room before too. You know, I get how it works. You know, sometimes you just be living in different spots. You know.
True.
So she has a near death experience at the pool, and then their dad kills himself, and we're like, huh, and then
What the
Hal
Sigma?
leaves. So Hal leaves the family, and then she's just left alone, like with her mom in France or whatever. I forget what country they went to. I think it was Paris, right? Yeah, because I think Drew's like, I hate the French or something.
Yeah, fuck Paris. They went to the country of Paris. I fucking hate that place.
A whole country of Paris. And then it's in this scene where it's revealed that how Hal words it is that he was having a relationship with her mom, and his dad found out, and I think that's what caused him to kill himself. I don't know if that was the cause, but I feel like at least like my theory is that's a part of it. So he was having relations with her mom, and he was like, I can't live with this or something. This is awkward AF. I'm gonna spare them by like not even coming in contact like with her anymore, with Emma, I should say. And because he even mentions he got like letters from like the mom still, because at one point she said she doesn't swim anymore, and he was like, oh, E always liked swimming or whatever. So yeah, this is really strange, like incestual, like love angle here, almost out of nowhere. Because I wasn't picking up on this at all. I was just like, oh, it's his long lost like stepsister, like whatever. And then they just like out of nowhere, he's like, I was having relations with her mother, and I was like, why the Sigma did Kojima put this in the game? Like,
Yeah.
what is he
I don't
cooking?
know, dude.
How,
What
how do you
is
thi-
he cooking?
How do you think Hal Emmerich's voice actor reacted when he first read those pages?
Probably like surprise, just like, are we really doing this? Like, do we have time to actually like give this its weight? You know, like, or like respect what this fucked up story is.
Yeah, no, Dork, you've hit it on the head. You know, I've talked before about how the relationship stuff doesn't work in this game, and I think this doesn't work because it's such a weighty topic, and this does happen to people, and it's really fucked up because he was 15. He's basically being taken advantage of, even if he is a horny teenager, and it's just like this thing, and it's just dropped on the player, while while Emma is dying, in this sad sequence, and it's like, this is neither the time nor the place, nor are you giving it the gravitas this deserves. Yeah. It's almost like, well, how can we throw in some extra shock for when she dies? How at this? What the fuck?
It's really out of nowhere.
And to top it all off, we got this dumb little parrot being like, Hal, I love you, Hal.
No, okay, you know what?
That hit me. That did.
No, you know what, Drew? It's now time to activate my like Megazord here. I'm gonna come into action. All of that was preface because I actually don't hate this as much now. On the first playthrough, I was typing and I was going, why did they keep this in the game? Put this on the cutting room floor. Like, you don't need this, Like, what are you thinking? But I actually kind of... Listen, I still don't think, as Dave said, it doesn't have the gravitas. Like, they didn't really... for such a short amount of time that this was in, it feels really random. But it kind of reminds me of, like, the Peter Stillman thing. Because Peter Stillman, his little, like, encapsulated... self-contained little narrative was all his own. He didn't connect to anyone besides Fat Man. I still think his story was worth having in the game because it's okay to have some side stuff if everything is just the main narrative. I feel like, listen, I don't doubt them at all. They probably could have an awesome game with that. But I do think it kind of like makes the world feel a bit more interesting. It's already great that everyone has their own agendas. That's really cool. But, having like Peter Stillman and like Fat Man have a thing, because like all of the backstory on Fat Man, all of the backstory on Peter Stillman didn't matter, I would say. I feel like if you cut that whole part out, not a whole lot in terms of like the theme would really change. Like do you guys like think that the whole like bomb defusal and him like faking it is like a play on like the like withholding information, you think?
No, you're right. It didn't need to be in there. I'm putting that in air quotes, but yeah, it makes the game richer. And to be honest, that it's a piece of writing advice that is very pervasive. Like the idea that if a line doesn't move the plot forward or reveal character or is funny, you should get rid of it. But sometimes just kind of, as you said, expanding the world, making it feel more lived in. There's a lot of examples where something that doesn't relate, I guess, to moving things forward or the plot in general makes the work better.
Well, and especially with a video game like this that wants to be cinematic, a video game is the one time that you're never going to get a restriction on like runtime, right? So including something like this really has no downside, right? If you have the opportunity to include it, really, right? And if this was like a 20-minute or 40-minute TV show episode or something like that, then like it probably would end up getting, like if they made a Metal Gear Solid 2 like TV show or whatever, like maybe Fat Man could be cut, you know what I mean? But in this case, they don't have to do that.
But what you said just there is always why that kind of insult of Kojima, like, oh, he should go make movies. That's obviously what he wants to do. I've never tracked with that. Because, yeah, Metal Gear Solid 2 would not work as a movie. Death Stranding would not work as a movie. I think, yes, you can argue that maybe he's a bit too indulgent and he would do better with editors or, with more focus. But I think part of what makes these games so fascinating, despite the fact that they're very interesting games, even below everything else he puts into them, is just that he is given the time and opportunity to, go in any direction he wants with this and put all this stuff in. And yeah, you can definitely argue about what could be cut, what could make the work better, but I think it makes the work more interesting that it's all in there. And yeah, you can't do that without giving it the time that a video game can allow.
Well, yeah, and this has nothing to do with MGS, but just to kind of wrap this up, I was reading an interview with the creator of the Mother series, Shigesato Itoi, and he even was like, yeah, I literally have had people try to pass criticism on these games by being like, well, these should just be movies. They're just big scenario scripts. But he disagrees because it's like, no, it's the idea that I'm writing something that someone is going to sit down and push a button to interact with, right? And that's what adds like the extra oomph to it.
Yeah, I've often said, I don't know if I've said it on the podcast before, but I think if you have a controller in your hand or a mouse and keyboard, if you have control of the game, like if you're playing a game, if you're locked in, I think even like a cutscene has so much more impact than if you were to just watch that cutscene on YouTube. There's something different about it, to me at least, that just hits differently.
I completely agree.
Even though like the content of the side story is kind of freaking weird, it really paints Emma as like a tragic figure, honestly, because not only did she have this like near-death experience, not only did her father kill himself, not her father, I guess it was at the very least her new stepfather kill himself. That's got to be traumatic regardless, and like her only close, like sibling, like friend thing, like left her. But also, it seems pretty clear that she had like some kind of, like actual love for Hal, and in a way that isn't. I mean, obviously, like when you're that young, you have crushes, right? It's just a thing. Yeah. I would say her like 6-year-old crush on Hal isn't even a big deal. It's just kind of a thing. Obviously he wasn't even aware of it, clearly. So it's just like, whatever. But it's just really sad because at the very end, like she even says, all I want is for you to see me as a woman. And he's just like, what? Like it's just crazy how she's hitting them like she's hitting them with this right at the end, like because she has to know this is a thing that isn't happening, right? But like there's no way.
Yeah.
And it's even crazier because we haven't even talked about her fucking crazy evil genius backstory. She went into this
Yep.
like designing this AI to control the entire world's information, arsenal gear, all this stuff, as revenge for Hal leaving. She
Yep.
did this to get back at Hal.
Yeah.
It's so weird, but whatever. Like that's not the point I'm making here, but I had to include it. But yeah, it's just it's really sad. Like her death, her death the first time through, I was like, listen, man, I'm tired. I was told the game's gonna end soon. I had the big, like Snake helped me when I didn't want him to help thing. I was in a bad headspace for it, and it was already like, why are they doing this incest angle? What the fuck's going on? But no, like honestly, I kind of like it, I can feel the emotion here, like from her and from him, and it's really sad that Hal is just so clueless because I think he's so caught off guard from this that even her last actual request is just please call me Emma, and he doesn't. He says EE again, and then she dies. At first when I saw that, I was like, as in like it's some sick joke like. Fucking Kojima, call me Emma, EE, then fucking dies. Like just the order of events is hysterical. But really, it's like, man, Hal just was so in the dark with this that even like he had like no idea what her motivations even were for half this stuff. They haven't talked in over a decade, right?
Yeah.
So over a decade. So it's just like. It's really tragic because he obviously feels it, and like Dave, as you were saying, you could feel the emotion with Hal, and like the whole like parrot thing is even sadder because this was her parrot, and how like these like birds work, they repeat what they hear, and she must have been telling him that, or she must have been like saying, "I love you, Hal."
Yeah.
And
she says the parent was like her only friend because she could never like make friends with anybody.
It's just. Like, again...
Sorry. And even to kind of twist the knife in the wound a little deeper, very, very, very tragic for Emma. But Hal can't catch a break because in the first game, he had the whole thing with Sniper Wolf and what he did with Metal Gear and his father's legacy. And now he has this.
Yeah, and at first, again, I didn't take this scene 100% seriously. So like when he had his little breakdown and he had his like, I'm always the survivor, I was like, oh my god, my cat's freaking. Did you hear that? My cat's freaking out.
I actually did hear that. That's really funny.
When he had his little breakdown of like, I'm always the survivor. Kitty, shut up. I think they're fighting in the crawl space. When he had his thing about, I'm always a survivor. On the second time, I was like, damn, dude, he is. I mean, sure, you could easily argue the whole like Sniper Wolf thing. We kind of made fun of him for that. Yeah. He knew her for like a few days, whatever. But I mean, this is his, like sister that he wanted to be in contact with, but felt so ashamed of, and he lost his dad. So I mean, yeah, and now all he has is this little parrot. I hope the parrot makes a comeback in MGS4. You laugh at me.
I laughed also because that would be really tragic. I actually don't remember if the parrot's in MGS4 or not.
Damn. Well, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, we'll eventually find out. Okay, so after we say goodbye to Emma, after we have the really cool slow-mo walk that I talked about that you mentioned was bad to bring up because it's completely tonally inappropriate to what just happened, Dark.
Well, the meme usage of the GIF that I see a lot, I think is inappropriate. I think, like me and the boys hitting the town.
well, you even because I think I brought it up when I first brought it up, but yeah, it hits harder because we've just discussed what happened with Emma and Hal and that whole kerfuffle. So that happens. You have this really cool walk with the music that I said I just fucking love that music so much. And then we have the scene where Hal goes into the next room and breaks down with the parrot. And it's like, what the fuck, man?
Listen, we humans, we are fickle creatures. We are at the whims of our emotions, you know. And Hal's always been a softie, so I can kind of buy it from him. It's not
Oh,
the best time to be breaking down, but I could get why he would be hit hard in this
I'm
moment.
I'm not giving him any grief for breaking down. I'm more complaining about the tonal inconsistency here.
It does go back and
Um,
forth quite a bit, yeah.
It's one of the things where on the first playthrough I agreed, but on the second playthrough I kind of liked how back and forth it was. I also really like how Snake really like builds him up because he's like, I don't know if I can do it. He's like, you're the only one who can do it. You know, like the whole thing was like he has to rescue all the hostages, and it's like, I don't know, man. It's like, no, you are the man. Like I trust you completely, and I was like, yeah, Snake, that's great.
Old Hal and
True.
Dave.
Old Hal and Dave. I love their secret handshake too.
Yeah, the handshake was actually epic.
Yeah, that'd be
Like-
fucking awesome to do with somebody in real life.
Well, it wouldn't be as cool because we wouldn't have like the Kojima sound effects. So
You can have the sound effects.
That's true.
What, with our mouths,
you
we
can
just
make the
do it?
sound. Yeah, you make
Yeah.
the sound effects with your mouths. Yeah.
that'll okay. That'll be really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be awesome.
Well, yeah, it'll be cheesy, but in a fun way. But
In fact,
this,
all of our listeners, go into a public space and do that, and post a link to that in the comments of this podcast, please. Guys, go to a Hy-Vee and stand in front of the pharmacy and fucking do that while you're like buying an enema or something.
what the fuck?
So we're
Alright,
at the
guys.
elevator, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, now we're in the elevator.
this is when Snake apparently betrays Raiden. He has that line that I mentioned earlier, but who says we were on the same side? Because Olga appears, and Olga was the cyborg ninja all along. Gasp, gasp, gasp.
This is the start of just a like. Of course, the whole like president scene was like what, but like it's kind of funny because like the Emma scene is like like what the fuck in a whole different way because it's like what why was this in the game even though I said I like it, but here is where just the endless like does Raiden. Do we have any clue what's going on? Because, like, what? The cyborg ninja is Olga? Huh?
The game starts spiraling from here on out. I mentioned did I mention? I think like from the Harrier fight onwards, the game is kind of a roller coaster that doesn't slow up at all. It just keeps picking up speed. But this last couple hours from about when Olga appears is just it's a fire hose of revelations and batshittery and what the fuck is happening and the game's over. Well, I need to go process that for a week.
Yeah, well, of course, like talk about all the reveals as they come, but it's kind of crazy because like this Olga thing, this could have been the only reveal in any other game. If you think about any other game, you'd be like they would hedge
Yeah, that's
all
like the
of
big
their
thing.
yeah like this would be the thing that like they're so proud of in the story. Like you didn't expect that, did you? And this is like one of like 10 to come. Like
This is our kicking off point.
yeah.
Oh, jeez, that actually is crazy when you think about it too. Yeah.
And from what I remember is after that revelation, and Snake going, we're not on the same side, they knock Raiden out. And Raiden wakes up in a very similar scene, again, to Metal Gear Solid. Ocelot is there. Raiden is tied down to what looks to be like a giant torture device. And Ocelot even has that wonderful line, this is very nostalgic.
And also Raiden's naked.
True.
And they do this. I love. See, this is why it's kind of nice to have someone who, as like some people put it, should just make a movie, right? Making some games instead, because there's a really nice blocking and like framing of a certain shot where it's just I think it's like Olga or Ocelot's head right where like Raiden's like wiener will be. And it's just blocking his wiener because that's the only shot that we get from that angle. But they chose it because that's when that one character stood there. I was like, this is beautiful. This is absolute cinema. Peaks. Wait, what is it?
Absolute cinema. Yeah, cock blocking the audience. That's genius.
With Ocelot, I think, or Olga. I'm pretty sure it's Ocelot.
He's been doing that the whole game. Am I right?
True.
Has he? No, that's been Vamp, I'd say.
Kojima has.
Well, Vamp's been cock blocking me.
Kojima's been cock blocking everybody since fucking 97.
Since Police Knots.
Whenever Police Knots came out,
a game I haven't played.
Yeah, one of these days I should go back and play Police Knots and Stalker.
Guys, maybe after we finish MGS, we can play Police Knots and have way less to say about it, other than Kojima did an awesome job later.
We got to play Silent Hill.
That's true. Anyway, let's keep it moving.
Yeah, because.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We gotta respect the listeners' time. Let's keep it moving.
We don't just we don't know how we're gonna split this up, but this is our third night of recording this podcast. We already have 2 3-hour sessions. This is our third one. This game is so dense.
Yeah, we love talking about it, but I do think we are starting to fucking resent it like 2%.
I don't envy either of you at all with your editing duties.
I'll throw it in the trash bin. Actually, so I lost the file. I'm sorry, I lost it.
Oops. Anyway, the lost episode.
Anyway, we got to keep it going. Right.
Okay,
So,
and was it just me, or was this? Even though it was easier, I found it more annoying to tap the button in this game than I did in Metal Gear Solid.
No, I actually liked it better in this game. It was more comfortable. And maybe that's because the PS2 had like pressure sensitive stuff. But I found it infinitely more tolerable than an MGS one.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I have the ultimate method, so for me, all these tapping shits are just a joke. So.
Yes, your elite method.
You just got to produce the 2 thumbs, and nothing stands a chance.
True. But it's funny because I don't even remember what like Ocelot is torturing Raiden for.
It isn't Ocelot. It's Solidus who grabs him and chokes him.
That's much later though.
That's here too. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. There are like tentacles on him, and Ocelot's just standing. This is for sure Solidus doing it.
Huh. Wow.
Damn.
Dave,
Yeah.
you don't. It's been a year since we played this, right?
It's been no time at all, but as we said earlier, this game is so dense, and especially this last segment, so much happens so fast. Like, the only thing I really remember from this whole sequence is we learn Jack's backstory, and it's pretty much as tragic as Emma's, but I thought there was some beautiful voice acting and chemistry between Jack and Rose here.
Yeah, I agree. This whole section is just, it's so interesting, like, where they placed this, right? Because this is after Olga's like, whoa, here's a reveal. And this is also right before other crazy stuff. And it's just like, yeah, here's all the backstory of Raiden, where, you know, he was this child soldier, where he, you know, was called Jack the Ripper and White Devil. All he knew is war, and he had to kill every day to get food, and they put like gunpowder in all of his food so he was easier to control, you know, and like drugged and stuff, and just crazy stuff. And yeah, so like Solidus is the one who kind of ekes this out of him, because if you remember, like, Solidus, he's the one who supposedly like saved him and brought him in his platoon or like whatever of child soldiers way back when. But I think eventually we learned that like Solidus is what killed his parents. So
yeah, and he was responsible for indoctrinating all these children. They were like projects for him, and
yeah.
Raiden was his greatest achievement with that project.
Pretty gross, man.
foul. But it really sets up, like, obviously Solidus, like, is the final boss, but it does feel like the game could have, like, if Solidus wasn't here, like, there could have been a version of the story where they just kind of take out Arsenal Gear and that's what the climax is. But we'll get to the very final boss later. I feel like it really does bring the theme a lot full circle, not even just having to do with Solidus, but, like, again, the meta elements to why you have to fight Solidus as well for multiple reasons.
It gives the main character, an emotional connection to the final boss, which I always appreciate when a game does that. Otherwise,
I suppose we'll get to that, like, when we get to it, because like we aren't quite there. But I'll have something to say about that when we get to the end.
But one thing, and this is foreshadowing the next section, is that this is the scene where Jack finally opens up to Rose, and really it turns out that, well, that wasn't really what happened there.
They jump right into like direct AI stuff, like, pretty much immediately, like, the second you go to the next room, really.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
kind of.
Rose doesn't appear till pretty much right when you get the sword, but I had to put that here, just because, I really thought about that a lot once the reveal happened, where, the whole game she's been trying to get Jack to open up. He finally does, and this whole thing wasn't real.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what's crazy about it, because it's like, I still, like, me and Dave were talking about this. So we do see Rose at the end, and of course, like, Raiden even like questions, like, Snake is like, is Rose real? And Snake's like, snap out of it, you idiot! Like, you should know what's real and what's not, or all that stuff. Because the whole idea was he's never met the Colonel, so how does he know that even, like, Rose is real? Like, if the Colonel wasn't real, and but that's the thing, like, she has to be, because we saw it at the end. So I'm just thinking.
No. Sorry, maybe I used the wrong language. Rose as an actual person is real, but the Rose that Jack has been talking to this entire game has been AI.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna keep going off that. I was just gonna say, like, I realized that she isn't, like, real in this whole thing, but how? I suppose I'm not I guess I'm not completely understanding how sophisticated this AI thing is, because, like, would these have been her reactions? Are these issues that were there, and it just so happens that, like, he's kind of, like, having, like, a therapy session, or are all these issues not even real, and he's, like, talking about, like, nothing, like, I don't know in this whole, like, Rose AI thing what is, like, real, and it's a shame he was talking, like, it's a shame he was venting and, like, talking to nobody, or if the whole thing was just fake.
Yeah, and even beyond that, even if it was, like, I mean, clearly it is something that Raiden, like, had to work through, but does any of this even get back to the real Rose in, like, any way, shape, or form, or do they have to have that conversation again in real life?
Mm-hmm. That was my understanding. Again, why I found it so tragic. It's like, yes, he meets up with the real Rose at the end of the game, and she is holding her stomach, kind of signaling that she's pregnant as well. But it's like, well, okay, you had a great breakthrough and you're closer than ever to her, but that all happened without her. So yes, there's going to have to be some difficult conversations, because, like, all the stuff that Rose was complaining about, the White Room and what happened and the King Kong thing, and, you never open up to me. The fact that Raiden reacted so strongly to all of this said to me that these are real issues with their real relationship.
Or, because I also think, like, the Colonel was hinting at, like, Raiden being really easy to manipulate, and his own brain is auto-filling in some things that weren't there. So now I am curious if, like,
That could definitely be a possibility. I guess anyone who's not played the game and is completely confused right now, I mean, why are you listening to this in the first place? I don't really mean that, because you could just be interested in what we have to say about the game. So once Raiden is freed because Olga reveals that she just used Raiden so Snake and her could get into Arsenal gear, and she's kind of on his side anyway. So she helps free him. He ends up having to run through some of the facility naked, but as he's doing so, the Colonel starts calling him very frequently. We're talking like every, I'd say 10 to 20 seconds I would get a call from the Colonel, and they get progressively weird.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's just an understatement, you know? Like, because it's hilarious because after this bit, you know, like we meet up with Snake, I realize we're kind of like throwing out all like linearity of this, but we're at the end. I'm sorry, guys. We're going to talk about everything all over the place. But, like, it's funny because as he talks to Snake, you know, and like Otacon, he's like, there's something weird about the last Colonel Kodak call. And Otacon's like, oh yeah? How so? And he's like, I don't know how to place it, but something wasn't right. And if it's like, dude, Colonel just went on, like, he'd had, like, if you add it up all together, like 5 minutes of just nonsense, and not even the same kind of nonsense.
Yeah.
Random, like, turn the game off, Raiden. You're playing a role-playing game. Like, what?
Or the line that we all typed into chat when it happened in all our playthroughs, the Raiden, something happened to me last Thursday when I was driving home. And then he goes into
no follow-up.
What was it, a story about how he hit someone with his car?
He hit someone with his car. He also had a story of like, Raiden, I know this isn't the right time, but I thought you should know. I saw some men walking out of Rosemary's office.
Yeah.
I think she was intimate with them. I'm sorry, I should go. And it's like, if Raiden's not going to react to any of this, I think it's extremely strange that he reacts crazily when he's like, we've got Rosemary. What? You know, like, after Snake's already said he's not real. Like, you know, it just seems weird how, because all of this, Raiden can't react to every single codec call, because I think that would elongate it needlessly, right? Mm-hmm. But,
yeah,
you know, he's hearing it. Like, it's canon, right?
And well, I mean, it's canon if you actually keep pressing select. You know, you could just play through the game and ignore all the calls, I guess, but why would you?
You know what's crazy? I was actually about to do that once I got into, like, the tunnel area, because, again, I don't know how, like, this is my first time playing. I don't know how long this section is. And I was like, you know what? I've listened to his shit a little too much. It's kind of going on a long time. I was about to stop answering calls. I'm glad I didn't, because the next one was from Rose. So I'm like, gee, I could have missed this.
Yeah, that's the big one. I think that's when you're in the colon, is it? So Arsenal Gear, all the screens have very, very strange names, and like the backdrop for when it tells you where you are is like this eldritch horror abomination. It's just like the symbolism of this area is very bizarre.
You are literally, I think I was talking about rectums in the past with Meryl, right? So yeah, you are literally up Kojima's ass right now. He's so far up his ass that we're there with him.
Just perfect.
But yeah, once you get in the colon, I guess, Rose calls you and just drops bombshell after bombshell. Basically, you know, she's been a spy all along. She basically modified her behavior and her looks in order to ensnare Raiden, because the government wanted tabs on him the whole time. And oh yeah, she's also pregnant with their child.
How much that's how much of that is true though? Like, is he like walking to Rose? You know, like, of course all this crazy shit happened, but at the end, is he walking to Rose and he has to go, Are you a spy?
Yeah,
is that your natural hair color? Like, is he have to do all this shit? Like, I think legitimately he's gonna be traumatized from this whole event, like crazy traumatized. He won't know what he won't know like what's real and what's not real.
Well, and you know, it's more of a background way, but you know, he is a VR trained soldier, like the first true VR trained soldier, and you know, like Snake was giving him shit for that for a lot of the game. You know, like, you haven't seen real combat, you don't know what that's like, which is funny because he was a child soldier, so it turns out he had seen a lot of real combat. He just suppressed most of it, I guess. But the idea that reality, like for the player and for Raiden as well, at this point in the game, reality starts breaking down. You know, it's like What's that GameCube game that everyone keeps referencing, like Eternal Darkness, where it plays with, it's like Kojima did this before with the Psycho Mantis fight, where it like changes the channel on the television and there's a black screen that says Hideo up in the corner, shit like that. Like kind of playing with your sense of what's happening right now. Do I actually understand what's going on?
You haven't even mentioned when they replaced the Soliton radar with the pinup girl.
Yes. Or,
well, that's a little bit, yeah.
Or just to jump ahead a little, when you're fighting the soldiers with Snake, you'll be fighting them in the mission failed little box that happens when you die.
Oh my god, that genuinely, I like stopped playing and I was trying to like hit continue because I was like, was it like a timer? Why did I fail? Then I was like, oh, it's like actually just fucking with me.
Fish and mailed.
Yeah.
But this all kind of happens at once. But just after this Rose thing, just I guess when when the player is like, what the fuck is going on? And your Snake appears. And all I remember about that conversation is he gives Raiden Olga's sword and goes, Olga wanted you to have this. So then you have a tutorial where you learn how to use a sword, which is funny for me because I just played Metal Gear Rising a couple months ago, and that's completely sword combat. So this is where Raiden first got these skills.
I wanted to talk about like the other section though, that like you kind of just ignored.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Like, I think when he's naked and it's just pure stealth, like that is such a crazy, like this might sound insane, but the first thing that I think of when I think of MGS2 in my head is that little like hallway area where you don't have any tools. He's holding his junk and he's just trying to stealth by everybody. I don't know why, but I like the visuals are just so strong, I think, in that area. It honestly feels like it's not even a real place, honestly.
Yeah.
Like it's almost like you're in some kind of dream world.
And those, maybe it was just me, but I found some of those guards very difficult to avoid.
Yeah, for sure. And you can't deal with them in any way. You have to avoid them. So but they do give you a cardboard box upstairs, which is nice. I'm not sure if you saw that.
I didn't get that, no.
Dave. It's funny because I actually didn't know where I was supposed to be going. So I went in each of my playthroughs, I did a whole bunch of like backtracking for no reason. So essentially, I went all the way down on the first floor. I got like the little item at the end. I think it was like cold medicine or something. I don't know. And then I went upstairs all the way back towards like the starting area, and that's where like the box is. And then I was like, I don't know where to go. Like, where am I supposed to go? And then I noticed the stairs there. I'm like, I could have just walked up the stairs right here. Like, are you kidding me? It was right there.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's way at the end, and then you gotta turn right upstairs. I didn't know that was the ending because it's not a very long section, but it's one of the only ones that really, really resembles a VR mission. I'm not sure if you guys have played the VR stuff much.
I know on one of my first attempts at Metal Gear Solid, I did play the VR tutorial missions. And Metal Gear Rising has them as well. So I'm familiar with the aesthetic and kind of the style of it.
Yeah. It's just
but
interesting.
You're right.
Like all the soldiers are like super armored up. So they all have like their more like menacing look. Because it's funny because seeing like a normal like terrorist in like their camo outfit, I honestly kind of saw them as jokes after a while. But even though these are supposedly like the same soldiers, because if you hear at one point he says, "Oh, like they're all armored up now," like they even say that these are the same guys, but they feel different. Like they feel like an enemy, like a strong enemy. It's crazy, and it's crazier that we have to fight them after this when we meet Snake.
Yeah, I guess it's pretty much because you have nothing, so it really kind of leveled the playing field. You don't have all your toys.
Yeah, a whole bunch of games always do this, don't they? Where it's like, you've been, like gaining power throughout the whole game. We're going to take it from you at the very last, like bit. I feel like this happens in a lot of games.
I just keep thinking about Metroid, where they do that right at the start after
I knew
the
you'd
intro
be thinking
section.
of Metroid. That's a classic Metroid.
But you know, over the years, it has kind of gotten stupid. The lengths they have to go to justify the fact that Samus loses her power at the start of every game.
I don't think any of it's stupid. I think you're just a Metroid hater, so please leave. I can excuse it every single time, baby. I love Metroid.
Dave, where is your sense of imagination, brother?
I think he left.
Slam.
Dave. Slam?
Slam. Dave slammed the door on us.
It took a long time to get to that door.
It took a long time to get to the door.
Well, there were these guards in the way.
Oh, yeah. I bet you also had to cover your crotch.
Well, I do that as a matter of course.
Yeah, but what? So I'm pretty sure we fight like the waves of guards in like the similar looking hallway first, right? Like with Snake.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just want to mention that when you've got the sword tutorial, like, you know, I played around with it and like, okay, cool, I'm ready to move on. And I ran to the one side of the hallway and then the other side of the hallway. I'm like, okay, how do we move on? And finally, I put the sword away and the game continued. I'm like, oh, okay.
No, okay. So I think I told you I had the exact same problem where I just didn't know how to continue. But for me, it wasn't putting the sword away. Because, like, again, I was playing with the sword for a while, and it didn't have anything on screen to say, okay, press, like, / 3 times, press a circle / 3 times, you know, like all that kind of checklist stuff. So I tried both the doors, and then I'm like, well, again, I realize this sounds really silly to anyone who's played the whole series, who's even played this game once, right? But I want you guys to understand, I know that MGS2 had a crazy, you know... I've heard how crazy the ending gets, and I don't know what happens, so I see Snake has a health bar, we're locked in a room, and he just betrayed me, so you know what I do? I go, I guess this is a weird I have to kill Snake moment. I don't know what's going to happen after this, but okay. So I start attacking Snake until he dies, and then the game's over on me, or the fucking game game's over. Game over is on me.
No, I did the same thing because it was very confusingly presented. It was very confusingly presented. I was like, I mean, I guess they want me to use it on something. Like, I can't, like, carve my way through, like, the fucking door of the tunnel. I guess I got to do it to Snake. And he was like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
And just shot me. I was like, what are you talking about, dude? What else am I supposed to fucking do?
Thank you. I have never felt so dude, this is like the end of the game where there's just like crazy like whiplash of reveals, because I felt one emotion when you weren't talking, like I'm an idiot, and then a huge swerve. You had the same situation happen.
But yeah, then we go into the arena where you just fight off waves and waves of soldiers, which by that point, you know, because Snake does give you like all your gear back. And I had, you know, like it wasn't the AK, it was the other machine gun, but like I had that with full ammo, so it was pretty much just, you know, going into first person and shooting any guy that came up. But that lasts a long time, that sequence.
Dave, we missed one of the best lines.
Oh,
because Snake hands you a whole bunch of ammo, and then Raiden goes, "What about you?" And he goes, "I'll be fine." And he points to his headband. Infinite ammo. I thought because earlier like Dave was like, do you guys have any guesses of what my favorite line in the game is? I know it's hard. There's so many good ones. I was like, the infinite ammo line is ridiculous. I bet it's that. It wasn't.
That's a good line then.
Amazing. I can't believe they did that. Anyway, yeah. So this whole part on my second playthrough, on the first one, I only used the sword because. This is what they give you, so I'll slash everybody, sure. But on the second one, I tried to use everything, because I was still trying to find moments where the game allowed you to do anything. And the grenade launcher was alright. I feel like... Oh yeah, I was using my Nikita missiles in this area too, and that was kind of fun. It was kind of slow, though. So after a while, Snake died, and he kept yelling at me for not getting up in the front lines. I'm like... Snake, I'm just trying to use some of the shit the game gave me once, like, give me a break. Because he's like, get up there! What are you doing? I'm like, ugh. And eventually he ended up dying because he was up there and I wasn't. I get hit and I get hurt a lot, Snake. I'm on hard mode, all right? Give me some slack. But no, like, the night vision was awesome in this area, too. I was using that in this little section.
Huh. But once this finishes, it leads to, I guess, maybe my biggest disappointment of the game, or I guess something I wish I could have done, is that Fortune appears and is hell-bent on killing Snake, as she has been the whole game. And Snake is pretty much like, I'll handle her, you go on ahead. Mm-hmm. And I would have loved to actually have a fight with Fortune, a boss fight. We got the one where you just have to dodge, but I would have liked a real one that had, like, because when I was playing through the game, I remembered a lot of what was coming, but I had forgotten about what happens with Fortune. And I'm like, it's funny that I can't remember that. Oh, I'm really looking forward to seeing that. And, Fortune has a really interesting, what happens with her is interesting. But I kind of wish that we had a boss fight and there was a clever way to get around her invulnerability.
Yeah, I agree. I think it really makes this seem like Snake's story that you're just kind of like a part of, if only for this one part, because it's like we learn about what happened with Snake because we happen to be playing a different character who was there with Snake, and we get to see him, talk and have like interactions with Otacon. We get to see him in the little helicopter, like fighting Solidus. We get to see him interacting with, like Liquid after a while with his arm. So it's just kind of funny how we're really an observer for a lot of like the actual like major stuff, and like the Raiden story is kind of separate. But I think this moment is, I think I agree with you that they really should have tried to make this even a 2-on-1 with you and Snake versus her would have been really cool, I think. And then after, because again, you can easily do this where it's just like, oh, after you like win the boss fight, then have a cutscene where, like Snake then says, I'll hold her off. How about you hurry up and go up right now? You can easily do that.
Yeah, because it's also one of those things that whatever happens to them that causes Snake to be captured later, it all happened off camera. We don't know how that fight went.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of a bummer, yeah.
But you take a ladder into this really wide open, weird arena, even weirder than the last one. And Solidus's voice comes over and he's like, well, Jack, I have a lot of fondness for you, but you're interfering with my plans now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a death worthy of a soldier. And you basically now have to, this is the most insane boss fight in the game, where you have to fight off waves of Metal Gear rays. 3 of them at a time. They keep coming.
Yeah, it was fucking nuts fight, but yeah, we should probably give our scores first, huh?
Yeah, Drew. Dork?
I have a whole bunch of really interesting. Well, I have a whole bunch of stuff to say about this, and I'm very excited.
Okay. We'll start with Drew then. Drew, yeah, please tell me your rating for the Metal Gear Ray boss fight. The Metal Gear Rays boss fight.
The Metal Gear Rays boss fight is, I have at number 4, which is in the middle of my list. I think I said I feel pretty similarly about all of these. Like, I don't feel very differently about any of them. This one's like in the middle. I thought it was a good challenge at the very end of the game. It took a lot of learning, which is fine, because I'm a stubborn bitch. I'll throw myself at anything multiple times. But, it just has like a lot going on, so it does take a while to get on top of it and hang in there long enough to like see it to the end. Especially because at first I was like, oh shoot, I gotta take out these 3 Metal Gears, what the fuck? And then you take down one of them, and then the game was like, yeah, actually we're just gonna like replace that with like another one, and then they're gonna jump into the arena and get all like right up in your face too. and it's
Yeah.
like, holy shit. So it really does take like a lot of like learning and just like staying on your toes. You got to do the gamer pose. You got to sit up and you got to do the gamer pose to get through this one. Pretty cool fight. I liked it.
I rate the Metal Gear Raise boss fight as number 2. Right
Number
below.
2.
Yeah.
Now Dave, that's gonna take a little bit of. Now Dave, you're gonna have to justify that one, I think.
Just under the Harrier. Isn't it funny that my 2 favorite boss fights of the games aren't people? They're machines.
That is a funny coincidence.
But I think the sheer insanity of the scope of what this boss fight is does a lot of heavy lifting. Just thinking about it as you were talking about it, Drew, though, I guess it has the problem where then you think to yourself, well, if Raiden, this one person who kind of doesn't know what's going on, can take out multiple Metal Gear Rays, giant mechs that have nuclear capabilities, are they actually that strong? So, sometimes it has the opposite effect, but when you're fighting them, they are very strong and very imposing. It's funny because I kind of never thought about using the cartwheel as a dodge mechanic until this fight, when it kind of happened by accident. I'm like, oh, actually, this is a good way to get out of the way of things. I used it a lot in the Solidus fight then. But, it is one where you kind of have to learn it. Yeah, because, at the start, they have pretty much 3 main attacks, if I remember. They shoot missiles out, and you have to run away to where the missiles were going to land. They have a machine gun that will just kind of go in an arc, so that one's pretty easy to dodge. And then they have these homing missiles that I found I could only kind of dodge if I kind of ran left or right, and then at the last minute go towards the Metal Gear, and then they would kind of miss me. But that wasn't a guarantee. That would only happen sometimes. But aside from that, it didn't take me too long to learn the 1-2 punch of you shoot the Stinger missile into one of their knees, and then they go down on one knee, and you get to pop it in the face, and that really hurts it, which I thought that was really cool. You can still just keep shooting it in the face. It just will take a lot longer. This is a fight where rations and Stinger ammo will appear at random on the battlefield. I think it just looks really cool. The Metal Gear Rays kind of come out of nowhere. You are kind of in this almost VR space. It is just, the whole Arsenal Gear interior is just a weird place. It's really cool to kind of, I guess, have the finale of a game, but it doesn't make much sense, does it? So for all those reasons, the fact that it's a very drawn out fight, you feel like you've been through something when you finally finish it. I just, I like the Harrier more just in terms of, I guess, how exciting and engaging that was. But the Metal Gear Race fight was pretty close behind. Now, Dork.
Oh, me, you say?
Yes.
I have the Metal Gear Ray Parade at number 1,
Hey.
baby, number 1. This is the best boss fight in the game.
Now, number 1. Now that's just a little ridiculous. I think you might have to justify that one a little bit.
Do you just copy and paste that line?
No, Dork, that's a little bit.
Except you added the Dave laugh MP3 at the.
Dork, turn the clean feed off right now.
Dork, that's a little bit ridiculous. Did you just copy and paste that line?
Yeah, I agree. That actually is a little bit ridiculous. I think you might have to justify that a little bit.
Oh my God, the podcast is breaking just like the Colonel. You guys are GW. Okay. First of all, Mr. I'm so great. You only get 2 rations. They stop giving them to you after 2. All right, I know this very well now. But they do keep giving you Stinger ammo. On my first playthrough, I didn't understand the knee trick. I only killed them via shooting their heads, and it took 20 minutes,
Damn.
And this is a very long gauntlet. Yep. There's a lot of reasons why I love this, but I at the very least want to explain my experience first, because of course, could learn the attacks and stuff like that, but I was only aiming at the heads because that's where I knew it dealt damage. And I think I hit the knee once or twice, but I actually thought that those were distraction lock-ons to make it harder for you. Because I hit the knee before, and I was pissed because generally my whole pattern was shoot the head. I have to be moving right now to avoid damage. So that's why I just never tried to go slower with it and go knee and then head. I would go head, run, because I just didn't. I guess I wasn't aware of it. On the second playthrough, once I figured that out on hard mode, I was like, here's how you do it. Here we go. And actually, you can kind of just chill. And the audio cues for this fight are fucking phenomenal because literally I counted on being able to hear the homing missiles, because the homing missiles were the only ones, or sorry, I guess just the normal homing back missiles, right? Or the ones that you can easily avoid just by running around. Yeah. I could hear when those were getting launched by the other idiots, and that's when I knew I had to get out of first person. But if I didn't hear that, I knew I could just stay in first person, knee and then head. It was fucking amazing. But yeah, those homing ones out of their knees are just insane because I guess I didn't figure out the run and then run towards the Metal Gear. I just knew you had to do the cartwheel dodge at the last second. And on the first playthrough it really felt like a gauntlet. It took forever. But man, on the second playthrough, I was so sweaty, not drenched, but my hands were so moist because, oh my god, I was gripping that fucking controller so tight, and there were so many, because again, 2 of those hits and you're dead on hard, 2. Ooh. So it's if you get hit once, you got to use a ration. And you only get 3 rations if you're on hard, by the way, too. So, as in you can only hold 3, and they only give you 2. So it's very difficult. Jeez. But every time I was in a groove and I heard that, I realized he was stopping to do his missile thing. Oh my god! I was like, I had to get out of the first person and just fucking run into the cartwheel thing, and then immediately go on the ground prone to avoid him, because it was that close sometimes. Amazing fight. But in terms of, oh my god, the atmosphere for this encounter is so amazing. Drew, you haven't played Dark Souls. I don't know when you will. I don't think it'll be my next pick. But either way, this reminded me of the Four Kings, when you're in the abyss and they just keep coming. Yes. Initially I was kind of annoyed that, oh my gosh, are you kidding me? It isn't just 3, they're adding more. It's not just 4, it's not just 5. Can we stop this? I had to message Dave, you better tell me how many I gotta kill, otherwise I'm gonna look this up right now. Because I was ready for bed at that point. They just keep coming, and just the visual of them off in the distance, and then you kill one, and then one slowly walks up. It just the whole blackened, surroundings. What a cool fucking vibe for a boss fight. And lastly, I will end by saying this had to have been on purpose, I think, because once you get to so all the Rays have their health bars on screen, and they're notified Ray-A01E. Interesting how they have an E at the end, right? Ray-A02E looks fucking dead on it says Rose.
Oh.
So every time I would look up, it looked like it said Rose. I was like, this has got to be on purpose. It looks exactly what's the purpose of the E then,
Yeah.
The A looks a lot like an R. In fact, I'm just going to screenshot it for you guys because we're here. I have it right here for you. So check the Discord right now.
While you're doing that, I just wanted to mention that I had a thought when you were talking. I wonder if the homing missiles can be distracted or disabled with a chaff grenade.
That would make sense because I know that's what you had to do in MGS1.
That definitely looks like Rose, yes.
Yeah, every time I saw it, I was like, they're so cheeky for this. Anyway, that's all I have to say. This is the best boss fight, even though it took me a long time. I liked it a lot, and I want you to know that I have to pee really bad.
Do you want to take a break?
I do.
Okay.
Dork, how am I supposed to edit around that in the episode?
I know you. You'll keep it in.
Yeah, that's true. That's actually so true. All right, let's come back. We'll come back. All right, and if you're out there, you should go pee.
Please don't leave this in.
You should go get a drink of big water, and we'll be right back. Thanks for tuning into the big episode.
But after you defeat the Metal Gear Rays, Solidus appears himself, and it looks like he's going to finish Jack off. That was an unfortunate choice of words on my part. He's going to kill Jack, but Olga appears. Now, one thing I guess I completely forgot to talk about is the reason Olga is, well, she's against the Patriots because they have her daughter hostage and are going to kill her if she doesn't do their bidding. But I guess she's relying on Snake and Raiden to be enough of an outlier that it can muck up the Patriots' plans and save her child's life.
And Raiden has to live. That's why Olga was helping him. Olga was helping him because in a very strange sequence of events, I don't know how this even happens, but Olga's child's life depends on Raiden staying alive. If Raiden dies, then Olga's child dies. It's like a weird like nanomachine link or something. So that's why Olga had to help him, and because the Patriots started this SM3 or S3, which was, as like Solidus puts it, the Solid Snake simulation. This whole thing was meant to create the perfect soldier, like Solid Snake. That's why it was so similar to Shadow Moses all the time, because, you know, they're trying to make, like, the idea currently, at least, you know, ignoring any, like, future reveals, is that Raiden is the next in line to be Snake, and the Patriots are trying to make a Snake for themselves, right? That's the idea.
But it's also... Well, it's also the idea that with the right circumstances, anybody can be Snake, and Raiden was their test subject for that. So I think it also plays into that meta commentary that even you, the player, could be Solid Snake.
Mm-hmm. And they chose Raiden.
Wear the mask.
Wear the mask? That's Persona 5, isn't it?
No, that's Spider-Verse, bro.
Oh, that's V for Spider-Verse?
V for Spider-Verse.
V for Vendetta Spider-Verse,
yeah.
Also, that's why the Patriots chose Solidus because of their connection. Again, who knows, like, when everything gets revealed, it's hard to know.
Well, but, a lot of it happens in the next section after Olga's death. I just want to bring it up because I found the way Solidus kills her to be particularly brutal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we haven't actually had any, like, on-screen deaths that have been, nasty. I think, like, you know, her father just got shot in the head by Ocelot. And that's nasty, but, you know, there's not, like, any blood spray or anything. It's a very, you know, PG movie kind of getting shot in the head. He gets shot in the head and he falls down.
Yeah, this one was crazy. Like, he grabs her by the neck, and then, you know, she's, like, pleading, like, for Raiden to stay alive, and then he fucking shoots her. It's really metal.
Metal Gear Solid, you could say.
It's really Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty, you know what I'm saying? Drew, you have no idea. We were working on this joke before you got in the podcast.
Oh, really?
I actually forgot about it until Dave kept saying the word nasty 5 times. I'm like, oh, right. What was the word? It was metal. Right, metal.
We wanted our own reveal.
That's so funny. I'm very
Drew's
surprised.
our test subject. Even Drew can be the test subject. You know what's crazy, though? So, even though Olga's death, like, as you watch it, is, like, crazy, Drew and I forgot about it.
Yeah.
I did not remember it happened at all.
So much shit happens. Because, again, after the Metal Gear Ray fight, there's like 45 minutes of just like cutscenes until the end fight, and then there's like 20 more minutes. So it's just like so much narrative and dialogue and lore, info dumping, and then a little bit of gameplay, and then it's like, all right, here's some more. It's just crazy.
And I don't think there's any wasted space either. There's no like sections where you're going, okay, speed it up. It's kind of like the whole time you're like, what? Whoa? Huh? How?
It's a very interesting balancing act, because you can't have all of these payoffs without, the big dump before all of this happens, where Raiden pours his heart out to Rose. And then it's just crazy reveals all the way to the end, but it really all is condensed into this series of cutscenes after the Metal Gear Ray fight. And nothing feels like it shouldn't be there. It walks that line from like, it is ridiculous how much is here, but it's very dire to the overall message that everything that is here is here. Which is what's very interesting about it.
Yeah, the only time I think it didn't drag, but the only time I thought it was a little ridiculous is you're just about to have the final fight with Solidus, and then the AI talks to you about its plans for about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'd say like that part is where it really came into focus for me of like, man, I realize we kind of have to accept this part of these games, because I do like the Kodai calls, but they seem to just not even exist in our reality. They're like, I almost wonder if all this communication is slowed down for us. Like, again, if you have to rationalize it in a way that makes sense, because I don't think you can, but if you have to, it's like, how this is going to be out of pocket for you, Drew, but you know how like in Dragon Ball Z, right? There's a lot of like fight scenes that are like so quick you can't see them. Like that's the whole point. Like they're moving so fast, even Krillin's eyes can't keep up, right? Whatever. And then of course, as we see the fight scenes, there's a whole bunch that are like punch, punch, knee, block, punch. And I think the idea, there is like we're watching a very slowed down version of this, where it's like, is that what's going on with these like nanomachine calls? Because they are just talking for 10 minutes while Solidus is like, I'ma kill ya. He's right there. 10 minutes.
That might very well be what happens, because I'd have to imagine it's like something like that, because just multiple characters like, all right, let's switch over to nano communication. So I would guess that would kind of imply it's viewed as more efficient, at least.
It feels like it's at the speed of thought.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. See, I'm glad we have this as a whole night, because I was thinking there's only 2 hours of gameplay. How are we gonna have are we gonna have crazy tangents left and right? Yeah. So, if you guys have seen the movie Arrival before, it has an alien species that communicates in like essentially like text, or at the very least like their writing is extremely different from how we write, because how we write is like full words in a row, like using a whole bunch of alphabet letters, whereas like how they write is almost like one symbol is like an entire thought, like almost like an entire paragraph. Like they communicate like via like written, or I suppose like they already communicate with each other as if our brain, because it's exactly what you said, Dave. Like it's almost like they're communicating how our brain thinks, because it's so interesting if you think about it. When we think about anything in our brains, we don't have to like push it through like the funnel of like we don't have to like push it like the funnel of language. When we can just think, we can have so many ideas and thoughts and like revelations in our head. Like I'd say like within like 2 seconds you can already have an entire like page worth of ideas, because they all spring naturally and communicate like with each other all at once, because our brains are fucking amazing.
I think the average is what the average person has 10,000 thoughts a day.
I would actually say that the average person is able to have probably more like 300,000 thoughts per day, Dave.
Oh. What? Wait, is this a joke? Where are you getting this from, Drew?
I feel like Dave only knows 30% of the truth of the
Oh,
matter.
Well done.
I was
well
wondering
done.
what you were doing.
Call
It's
that.
the Patriots. The Patriots hid the other 70%.
The other 70% of thoughts that a person has.
So
But anyway.
Something more ridiculous through the genome. Let's fucking move on.
So that long debunked idea that we only use 10% of our brain, well, the Patriots suppress the other 90%.
That's literally yes. What's that stupid Scarlett Johansson movie? That's literally that.
Fucking,
Yeah.
Lucy or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that thing.
Fucking
Yeah.
Morgan Freeman, what are you doing?
But
Oh, brother.
No, okay, but the whole point is though, I feel like that could be what like the whole like nano communication is, where like they're able to transmit their thoughts in a way, not like in a weird, like intimate way, but in a way where it's like so efficient. Here's how long it would take to translate into our like language back and forth, but they're happening almost instantaneously. It has to be what it is.
which kind of actually explains why Raiden maybe wasn't as weirded out by the Colonel's codec conversations during the whole Arsenal Gear bit than he maybe should have been, because maybe to him it was just all this deluge of oddity, like thoughts in his head.
You just blew my mind with that one.
And I should just mention again for our listeners that I think the reason the Colonel goes batshit is to explain how even though apparently Emma's Arsenal Gear virus isn't perfect, or it hasn't worked completely, it's still having an effect.
You know what's crazy? Trying to explain this at this point to like a layperson is almost impossible. Like I was just thinking, even what you just said, because like we've been leaving out, hugely important things.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, anyone who hasn't played this. It's really hard to explain in a concise manner. Like, I bet the Wikipedia page for this, the fandom page is like fucking a terabyte, like.
It's kind of like...
I think I'm going to look it up and take a look for myself now that you brought that up.
Okay, while you do that, I'll just say, because this is going to be a future pick of mine, somewhere in the future, but Killer 7 is a very complicated, dense video game. And when I did a video on my channel about it. It's one of my favorite videos I've ever done. One of the pieces of research I did after I played the game to make the video is on Game FAQs. There's like a 50-page, here's me trying to explain every element of the game. And I think it's also partly translated from a book that Grasshopper released explaining things as well. And, that game is so dense that, I willingly read, 50 pages of fan theories just to try and get my own thoughts on what the game meant out.
Yeah, I haven't played that. I do want to play it. I don't have much to say about that besides game FAQs are really nice. And it's a shame that like Discord is so popular, because I feel like we're missing out on a lot of really fun ideas that are kind of like locked behind servers now.
And it's a whole thing where, there was never much money, if anything at all, in writing like the time it would take to write such a great FAQ, but people all did this out of passion. And then eventually the internet kind of moved on to, well, if you aren't making money off anything, you're stupid. So a lot of cool stuff kind of dried up.
Yeah, I always see that like when I go back and try to like learn something about an older game I'm doing a video on. Like when I was doing the Urban Chaos video, I saw quite a few like, guides made by players, and it was just like really, really fun to see how much effort they used to put into these guides. And they had to use the what is like ACS2, like what
ASCII?
ASCII. Like they had to use like that like format to make any images they would want, or any like logos. So you'd just see like a bunch of eyes and like the letter I's, and it would just create like a big like, oh, here's like the logo of the game. It's like you put in so much work for this, and it's just you're not getting paid for it at all. It was almost like they were trying out, hoping like a website would potentially pick them up, and they just happened to choose a game that they liked a lot or something,
To kind of go on a quick tangent, when I was in my late teens, early 20s, now it's more my teens, but I used to run entire e-federations, virtual wrestling federations. Like I would write shows every week for all the people who, were basically making up wrestlers and all this. The amount of time I put into just that kind of hobby that had no bearing on anything was ludicrous. Plus, I was doing webcomics and drawing and playing games and whatever you do when you're a teenager. But I think that's it. It's teenage energy, plus the potential of the internet. Because when I was a teenager, it was this brand new cool thing.
And that actually kind of ties into like the themes of the game, TBH. So honestly, that's a tangent worth having. Because the internet, man, internet and the flow of information. The Patriots would try to suppress those urban chaos guides I saw, wouldn't they? Because it's fucking frivolous information that they weren't even finished guides, by the way. They got like 3 missions in and said, "I'll finish this later," and they never got back to it.
that was most FAQs, yeah.
It's just so funny. I love these little like relics of the past where it's just like I just love seeing like, hey, after like a few weeks I'll come back to this or something, and it's like, dude, this is legendary that you didn't even edit that part out. You're just like, no, like this is how it is. Everyone can see it. Hardly anybody's going to, but the people who do see it are gonna have a chuckle, and it's just amazing. It's the same thing. I was looking up like a fandom page. In fact, it was like a random like summary of all the Earth Defense Force games like in the EDF like fandom page, and it was clearly written at a very specific time because it must have been written after 2025 came out, but before 4.1, which is just the remaster of 2025, because it only listed EDF 2017, Insect Armageddon, and 2025, and it said most likely in 4.1 they will keep the armor like mechanic the same. So I'm like, you don't even have 4.1. You didn't update this when the 4.1 came out. You don't even have EDF 5 on here. Like, you're so far behind. Like, this is just like a snapshot of the past.
You confused me a little bit when you said 2025, just for a second.
Well, there's EDF 2017 and EDF 2025, which are two, like a game and then like its sequel. EDF 3 is 2017, EDF 4 is 2025, the remaster of 2025 is called 4.1. I'm sorry for my Earth Defense Force knowledge, but I have a lot of it.
No, it's just because it's current year.
Yeah, and this fucking bug invasion is going to happen any second.
I believe it.
I fucking believe it, yeah.
So Drew, you had a look at the Wikipedia page?
So here's what I can tell you is that the plot itself can actually be like neatly wrapped up into like 3 or 4 pretty like information dense paragraphs, like 4 brief paragraphs. However, the Wikipedia does have a whole separate section called themes and analysis directly afterwards, during which it cites a BuzzFeed article about LGBT characters in video games, which features Vamp, who apparently was previously involved with Scott Dolph. But don't worry, ladies, he still loves us too, is what BuzzFeed has to say about that.
I actually heard something about this, it was just like a random like forum like thread about like Vamp or who was the dad of Fortune and why is she hanging out with, or like how come Fortune's hanging out with Vamp and who is her dad? Because in this scene that we're supposedly talking about, right, she eventually says that you killed my dad, and her dad was Scott Dolph. And are you saying that Scott Dolph put his weenie in Vamp?
Well, maybe it was the other way around. We don't know.
I hate politics in games.
Yeah, honestly. But it's honestly genius. Kojima was once again a million years ahead of his time, because I cannot think of anything gayer than some queer dude saying queen. So he was once again decades ahead of his time.
How does he do it again?
How the fuck does he keep getting away with this?
Honestly, maybe we should kill Kojima and examine his brain for society's sake.
We should
put him in a lab and he's got to work for us. You can't make this art. Who the fuck do you think you are? You're the Messiah. Tell us more.
Well, Death Stranding 2 does come out this year. We'll see how prophetic that game is.
Good lord. I haven't even played Death Stranding 1 yet, but that felt fairly prophetic with the pandemic.
That came out
Oh
in
yeah,
2019.
1 year
Oh, good
before it.
lord.
Yeah. But we should probably move on to to one of my favorite whole sequences in the game that does include my favorite line in the game. I think they take an elevator up to like the top of Arsenal Gear. I can't remember how they get out into the rain, but suddenly everyone's on deck, and Ocelot appears, and Fortune appears, and she's captured Snake, and Solidus is there, and
The gang's all here.
God, I can't. I can't remember the order of things, but yeah, we learned that Fortune's dad was Scott Dolph. She learns that Ocelot kills him. We learn that her invincibility is thanks to technology. Now, this is something I found very funny, where Ocelot has this kind of grandstanding speech about there is no such thing as magic in the supernatural, only technology that the Patriots gave you. And like, my dude, in the last game, your cohorts were a psychic and a shaman who used magic.
Nah, all technology. You know what? MGS3 will explain it.
You
Dude,
know what? I'm
no.
sure the lore has to be somewhere.
This
But-
is a crazy scene, Dave. So,
Yeah.
if you don't mind, because like, there's just okay. I have like a few things to say. So Fortune brings up Snake, and at this point, like Solidus is there, and Ocelot's there too, and she's like, or whatever, and she's like, here's Snake. I have to go do something, and then he's like, oh, are you gonna go hijack Arsenal Gear? And she's like, how did you? Who told you? Was it Ocelot? And then he's like, no, I told. So like, as of right now, I'm being Solidus. I told Ocelot to plant the idea for you to hijack Arsenal Gear. I wanted you to, but also you can have it. I'm actually gonna give it to you. And she's like, why the sudden generosity? And then he's like, well, Arsenal Gear kind of sucks dick, TBH. Like you gotta protect it with a bunch of Metal Gear rays, and I don't even fucking want it. You can have it. It actually kind of sucks. It's a sitting duck.
Because he's only here to infiltrate GW to get the information of who the Patriots are, because he wants to go kill them.
So it's this hilarious scene where, like, again, as of now, Ocelot and Solidus are on the same side, and he's like, oh, Ocelot planted the idea, I'm working with him, kind of thing. So you're the one who's out of the loop on this. And then Ocelot just takes his pants off and shows his gigantic balls, because he's like, you know what? I'm just gonna spill the beans on everything. So, Fortune, here's my speech about why you're dumb. Yeah, so it's a device, blah, 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 and then she tries to shoot him. Yeah, there's a reason why he's being so ballsy. He has the device on too. And I think prior to this, he just lays it all out to Solidus. Actually, we knew you were trying to fuck up the Patriots. I am here to stop you, actually. This whole thing was on purpose. Solidus, you aren't even a threat. We knew what you were doing. Like, this whole shit, I'm like, Ocelot, you knew everything? And there's like 3 or 4 actually. There's like 4 of those in a row where it's so hard to keep track of what's going on and who has like the final because really who has the final is probably Liquid, who comes out of Solidus's arm, or it's not Solid, who comes out of Ocelot's arm, and we're not even there yet. It's no wonder me and Drew forgot about Olga dying, because it's followed by 3 to 4
And I think it was Ocelot that laid out the Solid Snake simulation thing, because that was the Patriots. So it really sounds like he is an agent of the Patriots. There is that really cool scene where Fortune actually...
I was going to say, okay, so Solidus is the one who said the whole like Solid Snake simulation, and that was prior to Metal Gear Ray fight. But then Ocelot reveals that Solidus is a part. So like Solidus like thinks like the Solid Snake simulation was everything up to this point. And then Ocelot's like, no, it's still happening. We chose you because of your connection with Jack. You're actually a pawn in this Solid Snake simulation too. All of this is to make him, is to see if we can make the Ultimate Soldier. This part included, like, so it's like another like rug pull out of Solidus. And I'm just like, again, that's what I was thinking. Like, why isn't Solidus attacking him? It wouldn't have mattered because, of course, Ocelot's got the you can't touch me, like Matrix bullet
he
time
tries.
thing. He does try after a while.
Somewhere along in this, to prove what a Fool of Fortune is, Ocelot jumps into the Metal Gear Ray that's there and starts just basically firing at Fortune. And Fortune, I guess she actually has some power. She manages to deflect the missiles.
Yeah, those were like really weird. Because right before this too, Ocelot shoots her, right?
Yes, and says, "Oh, that's right. Your heart is on the other side."
Again, what a throwaway line. What the fuck are you talking about, Konami? Her heart's on the other side? Is that going to require another game to explain? What do you mean? Yeah, it's funny because she tries to shoot him and it doesn't work. And then like the whole game, we've known her to have these powers, and he fucking pulls out his gun and shoots her once, and she's like, ah! Not a very honorable death, is it, Fortune? You fucking crybaby shit.
Wow.
Well, she's like so melodramatic. Oh, I need a proper honorable death, and then she just gets shot once.
So
like
drama queen, yeah.
Yeah.
she's drama queen.
Queen.
So yeah, Ocelot hops in the metal.
Wait, just before we get to the end, Drew, what parts of this whole sequence do you stick out to you?
No, it really is just like you just have to sit. Like, you truly have to dedicate a session, because I think, Dork, at what point were you like, I'm going to bed, I'm going to watch the rest of these cutscenes later? Because you really do have to be there for, like, the whole thing in its totality. Like, you got to sit down and just watch this whole sequence of, like, you actually thought you were smart, but actually you were stupid, and I am smart, but then I was stupid, but you weren't smart because I was smarter than you, but I'm still stupid, but I'm smarter than you. And it's like, you really just gotta sit down, you gotta take notes. You gotta sit down, and this is a fucking classroom lecture, okay? This is a classroom lecture from your favorite professor, and you just got to sit down and you just got to be along for the ride.
Professor Kojima.
Professor Kojima. I like that a lot. I like
because also, yeah, Ocelot gets taken over by Liquid, and it turns out Liquid's plan is just like Solidus's plan. He wants to kill the Patriots.
I know. Oh my God.
It was revealed that Liquid was the one who lured Snake here in the first place. He lured Solid Snake.
It was probably just so he could say my favorite line in the game.
What's that?
It's when he's standing on top of Metal Gear Ray and Snake is standing next to Solidus, and then Liquid goes, "Brothers!"
Absolute
so classic
cinema.
Absolute cinema, but not as absolute cinema as the very ending,
which we're getting to. But yeah, it was crazy. So Liquid Snake controls Ocelot at the worst time, right when he's about to kill everybody, and then he does the whole brothers, and he explains other stuff, right? I feel like we talked about. But
he flees as I think already Solidus was kind of. He was moving Arsenal Gear to crash into New York. I think that was what was going to happen anyway, which is actually a tangent I want to go off on a little, because I just want to talk about some trivia I've heard. So this game was in production, like the last few months of production when 9/11 happened in 2001. Originally, from what I've heard, Arsenal Gear was supposed to crash into and destroy the Statue of Liberty, kind of one of the symbols of America, the whole Sons of Liberty thing, right? Mm-hmm. And they were going to talk about that. And obviously, once the World Trade Center went down, it was like, well, shit, we can't do that. That would be really insensitive. So the game got delayed.
Change it to the middle of a fucking city nowhere.
Well,
I guess at the footsteps of the place. Yeah.
Yeah. They decide to crash it into Wall Street and the Federal Reserve, which is where George Washington became president, which I think they managed to thematically tie it in. But you'll also notice that they never show Arsenal gear actually crashing into Manhattan. It's kind of like it goes to black. I don't even think you hear sound effects. And when Raiden wakes up, like, they're at the Federal Reserve. And yeah, that was all very calculated because what they had planned for the finale, I think it was a good decision that they're like, oh, we can't do that. Okay, what can we do?
I mean, there's a lot of stuff around that time that had to be changed because of 9/11. I remember also the third act of fucking Lilo and Stitch of all movies was supposed to have them flying through a city, but they had to change the CG backgrounds to just be like a mountain because 9/11 happens.
And I mean,
they changed like the first Spider-Man film. He was supposed to like be swinging and like I think he held up a helicopter or like something in between the two towers, and I think they just had to scrap that or like almost entirely. Or at the very least, it was supposed to be in the background for a shot prominently, and they're like, oh.
Wait, can I actually? Have you guys ever watched the Muppets TV movie, the like Very Muppet Christmas or whatever? There's a sequence in that movie where Kermit reaches a point of sadness where an angel comes down and they have to do a parody of "It's a Wonderful Life," and Kermit is shown a reality in which he was never born, and guess what is in the background in the reality where Kermit was not born?
Oh, I've heard about this.
It's those two big damn towers, and then they have to go back to reality where Kermit was born.
Yeah,
and that's fucking insanity.
Because the joke is that Kermit being alive caused 9/11.
Yeah, well, it's obviously not going to be text to the Muppet film, but that's like just an insane oversight to think about.
And you brought up Spider-Man, and I was going to bring that up too, not the Two Towers thing, but when I watched that movie, the almost cloying Americana that obviously was put in that movie to kind of bolster patriotism after that horrific incident.
Yeah. It do be strange, but to be fair, in the Amazing Spider-Man with Andrew Garfield, they for some reason did this really fucking weird, awkward, gigantic American flag behind Spider-Man shot that did not need to be in the film. So it's like, is this like a play on like Spider-Man's patriotic? He's not Captain America. Like, what's going on?
There's also the scene in the Amazing Spider-Man films where he has to tilt the plane to fly between two skyscrapers.
Wow. Do you both have anything else to say about that sequence where everyone's kind of talking? Because I kind of just jumped to the crashing into Manhattan.
I'll defer to Dork on that one.
Maybe in like a week we'll like realize, how did they not mention this? But genuinely, it is so dense, and we've already talked about it for a half an hour with crazy tangents. I genuinely think we got to move on.
Right. So I want to say the rest of it is succinct, but there is actually a lot to talk about. Because
crazy, right?
Raiden and Solidus are next to the collapsed federal building. They're on the roof, I believe. And Solidus talks about his plan for Outer Heaven, which I can't actually remember what that is, because then that is kind of one-upped by the AI then talking to Raiden about what their plans actually are, which sounds so much more sinister and interesting than whatever Solidus wanted to do.
Well, so from what I remember, it seems to be a clash of ideals. Of Solidus wants there to be absolute freedom and everything that entails, and the AI GW like Patriots plan is to give the illusion of that while also suppressing certain things that they would think would be bad for society.
Yeah, I really want to talk about like the revelations that happen when the Colonel and Rose is talking to Raiden. Also, every time most of that conversation, the Colonel gets like a skull that's superimposed over his face. And every time I replay Metal Gear Solid 2, I always forget when that happens. I'm like, I always think it's earlier when he starts to go haywire. So this time it was like, oh, but I haven't seen the skull. And it turns out to be that final conversation. There's a couple things. First, he talks about that what he and Rosar, what the AI is, was actually born in the primordial basement of the White House. Like it's an organism that was born out of America just as a concept. So that's insane.
See, but that's one of those things where it's like, how literal are we supposed to take, like Konami and Kojima?
Yeah.
Like, because if what they're saying is correct, that's insane.
Well, it also
It's got to
plays
be like
into
a boss fight in like MGS4 or some shit is the primordial froth of America or some
The
shit.
primordial soup, and it's just like the leechmonger from Demon Souls. Like, what is this?
Well, I mean, yes, it is ridiculous.
I don't know what that is.
But we are going to have to talk about the revelation that happens in the post-credit sequence, and that kind of ties into the same idea, really, because it's equally stupid in terms of just how ridiculous it is. But anyway, what I wanted to get to is, the AI sees the internet as a really bad thing. This is in 2001 when the internet was still pretty cool for most of us using it. But I have it written in my notes here because I wanted to get this right. The internet is stunting our evolution since we can no longer discern truth. Everyone retreats into their bubbles. They talk about passing on genes, but not things like genetics, like the idea of culture and history and ideas, and basically how those can be passed on, and how the internet is kind of it's kind of an amplification of that idea. But because if people have true freedom, they're just going to become more insulated towards what they actually want people to believe. But I just found that was an interesting idea. It's that idea of humans are too stupid. We cannot leave you to your own devices. We're doing what's best for you.
And maybe they were right, TBH. I think I'm on their side at this point.
Well, that's what's interesting about the conversation is that, I don't think people were ready for like social media or certain aspects of the web, but the internet boom did make a truly like globalist world. Like you can interact with anyone around the world far more easily, especially now. Like, we're literally fucking doing that right now. Dave is on a 15-hour time difference and we're on a fucking call just like, oh yeah, let me just jump on the call. I am fucking free.
I am on the literal other side of the planet.
Yes, on the literal flip side, yeah. And there are many aspects, I think, especially of modern, especially social media, where everything is the same 5 websites now, where it has caused people to be more polarized, just like in many aspects of life. People choose their in groups and they choose to be kind of walled off from other in groups. That is very sad how things have gone in that way. But is it better for people to be separated? Is it better for people to not have access to all this information?
No.
Exactly.
And yes. The thing I think is funny about that, though, just that, this is 2001, and basically Kojima called this, the idea that if the internet is allowed to run rampant, people are just going to fracture into their own groups and decide upon their own reality. Because that's kind of, that's been weaponized at the political level for the past 15 years at least.
Yup. And I would even say, so, I'm a dirty Redditor, right? So I go on Reddit. That's like the only like social media I actually use. And but man, even there, I mean, of course, especially there, right? It's pretty notorious for getting things wrong. But it's like this. I would even say this isn't even like a right versus left issue, because I have seen so many awful posts by like people on the left where it's like, you guys are like So as an example, like one day there was like a very specific GIF that was posted in a bunch of subreddits. It was like on the front page. It was like 6 of the 10 like top things, and it was like this little like GIF of Elon Musk and his kid, where he was like ignoring he was ignoring his kid as he was walking down the stairs, and everyone's like, oh, he's a terrible father. And yeah, I mean, just again, like going off the facts, he has like 14 kids with all these different people he doesn't obviously like spend time with them. Yeah, he is a bad father, right? But this was spinning such a crazy narrative. I don't usually like get like involved in this stuff anymore, because I've seen time and time again how people just don't have all the context for things, and then like a week or two later, or like a few months later, it's like, wow, we really shouldn't have grabbed our pitchforks for that one, right? Because like 2 days later or something, they showed the unedited, like video of it. And right before it, Elon is helping his kid, and right after it, he's helping his kid. He's like, in that instance, it was clearly like doctored in a way that was just only there to spin a narrative. So it's like these isolated places online, like it's really nice for a hobby, right? Like I'd say in terms of like nerd culture, well, it has gotten really toxic recently, right? But I'd say early on it was like, wow, like someone who I can talk to and like who I can actually talk about anime with. What the hell? This is so cool. And I'm sure it brought a lot of people closer in that regard. Or perhaps like woodworking, like someone's like, oh, cool, like a community where I can talk about woodworking with. I don't know anyone in my life who likes woodworking. This is neat. But now though, it's gone way too far to where that's the only thing people engage with online. That's their entire worldview, is just that place. That's why it's like I'm trying to step back and like not even like believe half the shit I want to agree with that I see on Reddit, because who knows? You could so easily twist it and be like, see, like this is your worldview, and it's like, is it? I don't want that to be the case.
And Dork, just go back a couple hours when we were talking about what is truth.
Yeah, a couple hours. That's funny, Dave, because it's not a couple hours for us. It's a few days, but
yeah.
What is truth exactly? No, that's exactly it. Like, because the whole internet is just, you see, I also think he's really on point. He, as in like the AI, because like, yeah, the whole idea of like social media, at first it feels kind of empowering, like everyone has a voice, but oh my God, everyone having a voice about every single topic nonstop for decades has gotten to the point where not only is it useless, like frivolous information, it's just crazy online now. It's just like, wow, here's some stuff you could probably like delete after 20 years, because who needs to know this?
And
like,
it influences behavior, because 20 years ago, even though I was on the internet, like I was using LiveJournal 20 years ago, I think. And actually, no, God, time is just crazy. 20 years ago was 2005. I think it was done with LiveJournal by then. But the idea is that you didn't have to have an opinion on everything that was going around, and it was probably smart not to put yourself out there if you didn't really have something you wanted to say. But I think the way social media is designed is that the more you use it, the more you feel that you should just jump in on everything because everyone else is. You got to be part of it, and yeah, that can be consuming.
And like, it really, I mean, it's even worse now with how Twitter/X is, but in the past, at the very least, we had like verified users that made sense, and now it's all sorts of fucked up. But it's now so hard to discern, because like on the internet, all you really have are a bunch of words, and they're all treated equally. So if you like look something up and you get an answer from Quora, or from, or in the past it was or the like WikiHow or something, right? All these answers, like from Reddit, from like other forums, from like Yahoo Answers, they're all treated basically equally. So anyone can just grab an answer that kind of like fits with them and just be like, this one feels right. And, it's just insane how, the whole playing field in a way has been leveled, but that's not very good for intellectual, truth. Like what actually is truth. It's so hard to discern what is true. And even more now that the AI is, wow, the AI now has answers for you, like on Google. We've seen all the edge cases where that's wrong.
I was going to bring up ChatGPT because that also plays into what GW actually is. I think you both mentioned ChatGPT. Like, are the Patriots just ChatGPT? But yeah, like with that, I've been using that a lot more lately just to kind of get information. But you always have to kind of double check it because in some cases, like I was looking for book recommendations based on something I read, and the first few things it threw out at me, I looked into them and they sounded cool, so I added them to the list. But then I was kind of delving deeper. It's like, well, I'd like something more like this. And it started throwing out authors and names of books that when I Googled them, they didn't come up. So it's like, okay, you're just making stuff up now.
Yep. I think like Drew and I had the exact same, like, the kernel is just what like Chat GPT is, where it's like it's gathering information online and then just trying to autofill what it thinks should come next. Right, Drew?
And based on that, like kind of trying to decide what is frivolous is, I think, what they say. I think I have the dialogue actually pulled up here thanks to Wikipedia. Like, yeah, it's very interesting because the AI is just like pulling everything together to decide what is important and what is frivolous and what should be known by people and what should not be known by people, which is what I think is interesting is because obviously with the idea of the internet being this free-flowing source of information, obviously you can't just say parts of it like shouldn't be available theoretically. Like theoretically there is a limit in regards to like actual morals and, like Dork said, actual intellectual truth, but it's also like you can't just say some of it shouldn't be available, right? I think there's also like plenty of pieces of media that I've seen. For example, one that comes to mind is fucking like Cyberbully. I think that came out in like 2011 or something, where literally the message of the film is because there is the potential for someone to be bullied online, then that means that it should be harshly regulated for everybody, right? Which is just not true. So I think that's kind of the position that the AI and that GW is in Metal Gear Solid 2, as being for more of a pro-censorship position, right?
Solidus is kind of the counter, and he sucks too. So and in terms of like building a narrative, obviously we can see this in our real world. It is kind of a lose-lose situation, but it's difficult to be optimistic about the internet in so many ways. But it also doesn't help to be a pessimist about it either, And I think that's what makes it such an interesting discussion, is that like all of us do need the internet in our lives, right? Like I know for a fact if it wasn't for people posting YouTube videos about games that I happen to like, I would be very isolated and I wouldn't be making my game. Obviously, I wouldn't be doing this podcast right now or making my YouTube channel. I'm sure both of you can agree with that as well.
Yeah, sure, but I wouldn't say game reviews are frivolous, right? I think we can keep those. Well, again, this all comes down to who decides what is frivolous or not,
Exactly, yeah. And that's why it's like all of the information that's on the internet kind of justifies itself by being available for whoever it connects with, right? But which is also something you can say about all artistic expression in general. Like it all appeals to somebody. Is there some stuff where it's like obviously like some like amoral fringe group? Yeah, of course, because it's a global community. So
I'm just thinking though, because like I think in a perfect internet, in a level playing field where even all the wild shit that's out there that, we personally go, fuck no, if that was gone, things would be a lot better. Even if that's all out there, if it was a level playing field, cool. But part of the problem of our current reality is that from Google to, well, Google owns YouTube, but, to Facebook, to X, and now I guess Blue Sky is a new thing, but it's the same kind of thing, to Reddit as well. Based on, it's all algorithms. So based on what you've been interested in previously, or where your interests lie, it's not going to give you things outside your bubble. It is going to create a bubble for you, even in terms of a search engine.
Yeah, it's really scary because it's like, I don't want to have to, again, it's almost like the next level of the idea of like how, like Drew said, we only have like 5 sites these days. I remember when there was Stumble Upon, where like it would throw you to like a whole bunch of different cool sites. I'm pretty sure that's how I found Homestar Runner. Like homestarrunner.com was amazing. Like that was a really cool site. And now like that would just be like a series of YouTube videos, it wouldn't even be its own thing.
Yeah.
So it's just like, it's like design. So yeah, it's the next level where like not only is it just like 5 sites, these 5 sites are trying to compete so you can just stay on one site and be as happy or as outraged as you need to be to keep engaging with it.
Yep.
And that's just what's really fucking scary is like, we're seeing it, right? If people could just disconnect for 2 weeks, right? They obviously wouldn't be up to date on what's happening, on the other side of the world, which, I mean, perhaps that's a good thing for their stress levels, right? Because chill out, it's all right, and you're like, you should focus on your community sometimes. But also, like, they wouldn't have all these stimulus or like these like stimuli hitting them so hard with just this like, here's reasons to be mad and sad, when hardly any of it is like, here are like some, the internet used to be cat pictures, man. And now it's just outrage bait over and over.
Well, and I don't want to sound like I was ahead of the curve, because it took me a long time to realize this, but it was sometime in the, I think, late 2000s when I finally keyed into that the local news, whether it was on radio or whether it was on television, all that it was actually there for was to make you either scared or angry. And yeah, today's internet is an extension of that.
We were talking about, so like Drew was saying, like who decides what is frivolous and what isn't, and that stuff, and like censorship and stuff like that. I think one of the things that like the Colonel said, which I actually really, really resonated with after the second playthrough, and even like more time thinking, they aren't trying to like remove content, they're trying to provide context. And I thought that was a very interesting line, because with my example of how a person can like look up a question and get like 20 different answers, again, it's all treated the same. Sure, like some sites have like certain like upvotes or like likes or whatever to kind of like delineate, but who knows if those are all bots at this point, because the whole internet is dead at this point, right? So it's just, who is there? Again, all this stuff, I'd say any kind of content in the world that you can think of would be appropriate in the context or in the setting of educational. Like a whole bunch of like pointless like forum posts that don't help anybody anymore could be interesting in the right context of like what came before, what came after, like the time of like the time that it took place in, and if you're using it to educate on how people felt back then, there's a context for everything. But in terms of in isolation, there are so many things online that will not have the right context and will just hurt people, I feel like, or just provide absolutely nothing and just clog everything up.
And just in terms of time frame, a post I made 20 years ago could be brought up against me today without context. It's like, oh God, Dave said this horrible thing back then. Look. And it's like, yeah, no, I agree. That's fucked up. But it's like, without because that happens to people on, well, it used to happen to people on Twitter all the time. I don't know what it's like today, but it's that idea where, Yeah, it's like this snapshot of your life that is never able to change because it's always been on the internet, and people don't look at dates.
Well, yeah, I'm really glad you said. So we're obviously on a huge tangent here, but no, you're totally right. Because I'll even look back at my own messages a year ago, and that's why I'm trying to get in the habit of using like emojis now. Because I am such a sarcastic, snarky little doofus that I'll like read something
True.
I say and be like, dude, if someone clipped this, if someone screenshotted this one message, you could easily be like, oh, like Dorkax is a piece of shit. Am I right, guys? And it's like, well, no. I was just fucking around right there. But again, you'd have to have the entire context of our whole friendship, of how I behave, of like the conversation we're in and what came after. There's a lot missing. And that's why a whole lot of these, like, it seems, again, that's why I'm trying to distance myself from, oh, here are these messages. And I'm just like, listen, I don't know like what exactly like the tone is or like how they talk. I don't know. This
Yep.
could mean this or this could not mean this. On who knows?
And you said earlier about how the internet is all text. And I remember I took an intro to linguistics class a while ago back in uni. And like tech, out of the three ways we communicate, I'm sure there are more, but there were like three main ones I remember. You know, it's what the words are, it's body language, and it's tone. And the words are the least important for acquiring meaning.
I agree. I have a friend who thinks the opposite, who thinks, oh, just listen to my words. And it's like, I, you know, you could say like the most insulting thing imaginable, but if you're with your friends and you say it in a way that's funny and, you know, like it's clear that you're not hostile, then it could also just be like, you guys are having fun, you know? So
Yep.
clearly, the exact words aren't the end all be all, but in text, that literally is it. That's all you have are the words.
And you know, I love emojis. I use them all the time. I need to expand because I tend to default to a few, but you know, they're kind of a band-aid. You know, they're not addressing the main problem with the difficulty of communicating in text only.
I think what I need to do is just attach like the one guy like with sunglasses, you know, in every single one of mine, because that's the tone I go for almost all the time of like, yeah, how's this?
That actually,
aren't I cool?
yeah, that emoji actually literally kind of just is you.
Dork, you're going to have to actually put like a big version of that emoji on the video version.
Hell yeah, man.
Put it up on the screen in like 144p.
Literally Dorkax.
Literally, me when literally Dorkax.
But okay, so there's this big conversation about what the AI GW is actually trying to do, and at this point, we're pretty much sure that they are the Patriots, or at least the Patriots. That's like the final form. The Patriots exist who have made this system so they can kind of keep control over the country. Because the difficulty with the internet is that if the flow of information is free and able to go across the whole world, well, how can any governmental body actually control their populace? Which, you know, we have seen how difficult that can be, and that's why many countries try to suppress the internet.
Yeah, but this is one of the Kojima misses, because, man, he didn't think the government would fucking weaponize it back at us, huh?
Yes, because that's actually exactly what's happened. Or that other governments would weaponize the internet against us.
Insane. Guys, I don't want to be political, but it's insane that we have on record now that certain influencers in the US have been paid by Russia to say lies. And everyone's just like, like, can we remove Tim Pool forever? Like,
Oh my god, yeah.
ship him to Russia forever.
Not even just Russia, but also China gets American influencers, and Chinese people call them white monkeys. It's crazy.
But not even that. I remember watching a documentary from a while ago that Iraq, it was either Iraq or Iran, were developing basically like a cyber troll farm. Like every country's got like government troll farms now, but like this was like, you know, in the 2010s, I remember watching this as kind of a defense against America always trying to fuck with what they were trying to do, you know, fuck with their autonomy. And that's just the thing. I mean, you never know how true it is. But I remember, especially with like the Russian troll farms are probably the most infamous around there. But it's like, if you've got someone who's saying some mean shit in the comments of like any video or online in a forum, there's a good chance that they could be from a troll farm somewhere, just trying to sow dissent, trying to get people mad. It's kind of frightening, because then it's that mistrust. It's like, well, are these people legit? It's again one of those things that makes me happy that I've grown up enough that I don't have the energy to actually want to argue with anyone about anything anymore.
Yeah, no, but that's an excellent point. I mean, I agree with you on that, but that's an excellent point, because not only is it annoying and awful to have all these bots like infest everything, but it actually affects real people in terms of like our like sentiment towards, is this person awful? Is this a bot? You could easily start like disregarding real opinions because you think they're bots, because the bots have gotten so good at it that again, congratulations, Kojima, you nailed it, because this is kind of what's happening in this game throughout the whole S3 project or whatever, the S3 simulation. Like, what is real, what isn't real? He didn't even know that if Rose was real, was Rose a Russian bot? I don't know. Guys, this game is heavy.
Yeah, no, we've gone to some real world places here, but God, I think it's been the best conversation we've had on this podcast so far. It should, because it's 12 hours long.
Yeah, for real. And I mean, I'm always down to just fucking talk about like internet shit. Like, I just find it genuinely so interesting. Like one of my hyperfixations is just finding very obscure, stupid videos and just like generally knowing about kooky characters that like put themselves out there on the internet. Because I do think it's cool how interconnected we can become, and we can kind of celebrate that in a way. You know what I mean?
There's that cool thing as well, where we've all talked about this before, how you can make a decent living online without even that huge a following. If you can just find enough fans that are willing to support you on Patreon, it doesn't, like, if you had 1,000 people who really loved what you did and wanted to support you, you'd be pretty well off.
Yeah, for real.
Just gotta find those remaining 980.
Well, it's still not easy, but it's like so many more people are able to, I guess, that's the thing, not everything's splintered. This is going to go off in a whole new tangent, so I'll try and ferry us back. But the idea that once upon a time in the U.S. there were 3 television channels, and so everybody knew everything basically, or there were radio stations, so everyone heard the same artist all the time. Like, there are still big movie stars and big events and big TV shows and big artists, but it's all fractured now. And I think in a way that's for the best. I guess maybe part of the problem is we don't share culture anymore because everyone's into their own things, but I think it's helped so many more people in that you just have to make something that resonates with a small group of people, and hey, you're set.
Oh, Dave, this really reminds me of a topic, or at the very least, like a discussion I was reading on Reddit about like the possibility eventually of AIs just like making whole movies for people that are like almost like serviceable. I think that's a terrible prospect, obviously. I think we all agree that art should come from the human experience, right? Like it's way more interesting because humans made it.
Yep.
And like there was this guy that was kind of like arguing against it, how it's like I would love to have like my like fantasy movie or like a fantasy sequel to a movie I loved, and it'd be great. And then the other guy was arguing, I mean, you wouldn't ever be able to share this experience with anybody else. Like that's part of why art is so fun, is you can talk about it with people like we're doing now. And then he said, I don't think that would matter. It would more be like, hey, here's a movie that was made for me, and like you talk about it, And it's just like, you know, that reminds me of, gosh, I'm sorry, Dave. What were you saying that caused me to get on this tangent? Because
It was
this is the part
about
that,
how culture is fractured now.
yes,
Where
okay, no, I'm good. Sorry. And honestly, that like reminds me of what you were talking about, how media is so splintered. You have to like how it used to be. Everyone used to watch like this, the news or like the shows that were on Channel 2 or whatever, right? So everyone was aware of the culture, like you were saying. But now, like Drew is talking to me about some shows I never even fucking heard of, and I'm just thinking like, there's there's so much content that not only is it impossible to keep up, but also like you don't even have time to try out all the stuff that even like your close friend likes. There's way too much out there, and everyone is like so hesitant to use their time on something that they aren't sure will click with them. So it's almost like, they have to like seek out the reviews. Oh, is it like rated like 95 on Metacritic? Well, perhaps I shouldn't play it then, because I'm not sure if it's worth my time. I only have so much time on this planet. So I feel like this is just, it's exactly like where we are now, but like even to the next level of eventually if AI can make, it isn't even art for 10,000 people, which is already a very small demographic. Art for one person, that is just the fucking like dystopian nightmare that we should never have to get to, because then nobody could ever share with anything ever again. It would be total nightmare.
It's why I don't think that could happen. I mean, I think there are plenty of people that make art just for themselves, and there is something fulfilling in just creating. Of course, I don't think, writing a prompt into AI is creating. I know there'd be some pushback against it. I just don't see that. Like if even if it's terrible, if you spend the time, to like write down your idea, as bad as it is, you've done something.
Mm-hmm. And I also think, oh, sorry.
Well, and okay, maybe that is me being an old fuddy-duddy who's stuck in the past, but I don't see a good future when you remove the human element out of creation.
I think there's a line, and sure, everyone always talks about, oh, like, what's the difference between this and that? Listen, we have to draw a line somewhere, because there is a difference between, I keep hearing people say, like when like Photoshop came out, like people were like, whoa, that's gonna, actual, like photographers wouldn't use Photoshop. But listen, like that's a tool, and this is just, you type in 5 words, and instant, like you don't have to do any work. There's a difference. There's clear, and I hate how we have to explain in detail and try to convince people of this difference, because I feel like it should just be obvious. Like, a photographer still has to know things, right, to be able to do their job, and then they can, use like Photoshop afterwards to do cool stuff with it. And you don't have to know anything to type in, oh, dragon has a sword and he's green and he looks cool. Like, that doesn't require any knowledge in any field of art at all. It's just brain dead.
This may come off as insulting if any of those folks are listening, so I do kind of apologize, because I don't really want to insult anyone. But when I was more online, even just a year or two ago, I tended to find that most people who actually had those beliefs really had no creativity in them, or they never wanted to express it in the first place. The people who seem to be giddy about being able to create anything with Midjourney or ChatGPT were the people that never wanted to create anything themselves.
Yeah, because like it's. I think it'd be interesting to use as like a reference, so you can have again, using it as a tool for ideas. Mm-hmm. That's how we got our fucking podcast name, guys. Like, I agree that can be useful, but as you're saying, there are people who don't want to use it as the end product,
And it always feels like there's a bit of resentment towards people who've put the time and effort into creating things with these people as well. But that could just be me projecting my feelings on them as well.
Well, I would also say, not to sound like a baby boomer, but when you put in the fucking blood and sweat into making it like a piece of art for yourself, and like learning techniques and reaching out to a community and getting tools from them, and like genuinely like sitting down and like learning things. Like I'm working on my game right now, I'm making all the art for it, and I know that there is a whole community out there that if I'm having an issue or I don't know how to do something, like I was working on transitioning from room A to room B and back from room B to room A, and there's bugs in it still. But I know that there's a whole community that I can reach out to that knows how to do this stuff. So if I sit down with a couple of YouTube videos, like I can get it going in like an hour or two, right?
That is one of the biggest positives of the internet in my mind. If I want to learn how to do anything, like, if I have something, I'm video editing and there's something in DaVinci Resolve I want to know how to do. Sure, I might have to search a while to find the answer, but the answer is out there.
Yes, exactly. And it makes it so much more fulfilling to like have it click for you yourself.
And then there's the thing where sometimes you just fiddle around with it, or you get the wrong information and something else happens. And part of the joy of creation to me is those serendipitous moments where something just seems to fall into place and it wasn't planned. And it's like, oh, that's really cool. I'm keeping that.
Yes.
But maybe we should move on to the Solidus fight at this point.
Yeah, I think we could probably get through that.
This is so long.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid long.
But
again, you have a game that, so like this is why I think this game is so fucking amazing, right? You have a game where I'm a huge gameplay guy that is so in-depth mechanics wise and options for like doing things. Like the gameplay feels so good. And you have this other half, which is just like, hey, if you wanted to talk about this story and these ideas and themes, it would take, I don't know, 3 people like 10 hours to do it.
Yep.
It's such an interesting game. This is why this is one of the best games I've ever played. I'll say that right now. Right before we talk about Solidus, which is not my favorite boss fight, but it's good.
well, anyone keeping track will know where it lands on all 3 of us. I have no idea because I haven't been.
I haven't keeping track.
but seeing it's low for you, Dork, why don't you start with where Solidus ranks for you and what your thoughts are on the boss fight?
Oof, you really haven't been keeping track then. Yeah, this is my number 2. Yeah, I really like how again this game, even though as you were saying, Dave, how like Kojima could have been like a little bit scared to make a sequel to what he thought was his magnum opus, right? That's what you were saying. And he wasn't sure like what to do. Honestly, this game screams confidence, because to have a game like this where it's all about stealth and maybe like some first-person shooting, to end with a boss fight where you control a sword with the right stick, something that's never been done yet, is just utter insanity. You got this sword, and in terms of gameplay hours, right? Maybe a half an hour ago, and then they're gonna conclude the fucking game with it. How confident is that? That's why this fight, while it is cool, I don't think it has the setting that's as good as like the Liquid fight in MGS1 on top of Metal Gear. I think that's the better setting. I don't think this fight like mechanically is as interesting as Metal Gear Ray, or even like Metal Gear Rex, or even, and of course not for like Vulcan Raven or like Fat Man, but just like this fight is totally better than the sum of its parts, because again, it just exudes this aura of like, yeah, we actually did this. This is now an action melee game, and it's never been that before, or at least not with the right stick like this. They pulled an Ape Escape.
And I mean, to me, it actually worked. I mean, I had some difficulties getting used to it. I died a couple times, but yeah, once things got going, it was a pretty good fight. Okay, Drew, where is Solidus ranked for you?
I got Solidus in last place. This fight
Ah,
just really irritated me with,
oh,
throwing a new thing at you. And I just felt it was like very like frustrating to figure out how to come to grips with that as opposed to Metal Gear Ray where since you've been getting used to the aiming and everything, really it's just you have to figure out what the weaknesses of the Metal Gears and hang in there. Whereas with Solidus, I'm like I don't even know how the fucking animations for this fucking sword works, and then this guy's gonna fucking scream and come at me and knock me flat on my ass every 2 seconds. Um, so I found that to be very frustrating. But I managed to pull through. I found I mean, first of all, being so invested in the story and the themes really did carry me to the end. As well, I thought the music is just a really, really great, energetic, like techno track. It's got a lot of great electronic elements and feedback just littered throughout the track. It really just sets the stage for you to like get your heart beat up a little bit. Like it does feel very like okay, we gotta think quick so that we can fucking knock this guy out. So obviously I had positive things to say about it, but I think was kind of like this fight is kind of pissing me off a little bit. And I think after the Ray fight and after all the cutscenes, I was like, can can this just be like way easier so I can just like see the awesome fucking ending already? Like, damn, I kind of don't give a shit about doing a final boss.
no, I think
Well,
that's fair.
I'll say as much as I love this game, I did hold a sentiment that I didn't think solid because like I was asking Dave like I was upset that like the game was still going because I was in the mindset of I want this done so I can go to bed and I just didn't have the time to do it. But he was like because I was joking and I said oh like spoilers Dave and he's like yeah, the crazy idea that every game has a final boss, all snarkily, and I was like, I was thinking, Dave, that's why I responded, I would have been okay with like the Metal Gear, like Ray craziness as the end thing, and maybe like Solidus is a different game. I didn't need Solidus to be like the end, we have to kill him thing, because I was just like, yeah, sure, like Liquid escaped, maybe he'll escape. I don't fucking know. Like I feel like in terms of Raiden's story, he could have ended. Like the game was already so insane. I could have easily pictured a game that ended before this. So I kind of know what you're saying, Drew. Where you're just thinking like, I don't think I need this last roadblock. I kind of just want to hear the end of this crazy story.
Well, I came out of the fight, like, gameplay-wise, feeling that way because it was like, okay, so you're gonna make me sit through a million things and then give me, like, a kind of tricky, hard final boss. Like, I'm sorry, but I'm just not in the mood. But, this is another thing that we did kind of, gloss over in that whole million-year discussion that we just had about the internet and everything. But they were talking about how this censorship of information or at the hands of the government, Raiden is being puppeted to do this last thing because literally he doesn't have another choice of anything else but to take out Raiden. Right, he's a living weapon at the behest of the government who is going to use him whether or not he knows they don't care. He's going to do it. Much like how a game puts a boss in front of you and says you don't get to progress until you do the challenge. So I really liked that meta element of it. I was just annoyed. There's lots of positive things I could say about this boss fight's place in the story and the presentation and everything, but I was just very annoyed by the gameplay mechanics. I was just like, I just don't give a shit.
Yeah, that as I said, that's fair. For me, Solidus is ranked number 5.
Based.
So he's just above Fortune and Olga.
That's crazy, you two. I'm sorry, that's crazy.
So one reason is I kept falling off the roof.
Skill issue.
Probably. I did press the X button and drop instead of
Dave,
pull back
I
up.
had the exact same thing. I fell off once because the X button, you tap it and then instantly dead. Instantly.
Yeah. But in terms of, like, I did find it hard to use the slashing or the poking with the sword to get more than one hit in whenever he opened himself up. Like I found it difficult to kind of run to his back and then let go.
Really?
Yeah, I was able to eventually get like 3 hits off at a time pretty regularly. But then I'd say there's kind of like 3 phases to the fight. He kind of powers up twice. And at the end, when he just starts fire skidding all over the place.
Oh, God.
I found that very difficult to try and find those openings. But, eventually I got through. Pretty much what killed me was falling off the roof.
That's so interesting. I really thought that you two would think this would be an easy fight because I was actually kind of, on my hard playthrough, I had some more issues. That's just because he hits harder and if you get hit with the flames, all that stuff. But it's so funny because I was thinking this guy is he has such easy tells. Because all you got to do is just avoid his little, like, tentacle, like, stab. And then all I did, because like Dave, like you were saying, you could only get like a poke in. All I did was walk up to him, and as long as you hit him one time, you can keep like jiggling it up and down, and then until he falls over, you can keep getting strikes. So over and over, just whap, 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 and then he won't block any of them if he hasn't blocked the first one. So
cool.
If he blocks once, you have to back off. If he doesn't block, just keep going. So it's one of those things.
I have had there was once or twice where I got into, I guess, like a sword fight with him, and he blocked the first 2, and then I was able to get like a hit in.
Interesting.
So, I know. Yeah, you have to wonder actually how advanced this sword system is.
I also only used vertical slices, so I'm not even sure if he reacts differently from horizontal. So I'm not even sure. But I will say the one obvious flaw, and it's tough. I shouldn't say obvious. It's tough because I respect them for. I know this came out way before Dark Souls, right? But after Dark Souls became so popular, a lot of games these days just go, listen, we aren't even gonna fucking do anything with the camera. You're up. You have to do all of it with the right stick. And that just gets a little bit annoying sometimes, having to follow someone all the time. That's why like lock-on is like a band-aid for that. And in this one, they are trying to keep the action on screen. And I think they do a pretty good job for the most part. But man, when he starts doing like the flame skids, the camera goes nuts and you don't even know which way you're oriented to avoid it. I think that actually caused me to take damage sometimes, is the camera kept like throwing me all over the place.
Flame skids, me when I eat chili.
More like me when I... Sorry, I asked the autofill to complete it, and it didn't have any answers for me. Oh, sorry. Me when I have Taco Bell, because that's what everyone always says when they have shits.
True.
Anyway, yeah, so I'm kind of surprised. I really thought, again, we didn't keep track of our numbers at all, but I knew this wasn't Dave's one, because his was hairier, and I knew this wasn't Drew's one, because Drew's was Fat Man, so I was like... But yeah, wow, I had him the highest, and I think that just comes down to... It's so interesting how I thought that the confidence was like respectable, and Drew was like, are you fucking kidding me with this new mechanic shit?
I don't know. At the end of the day, it's like, I just got frustrated, you know what I mean?
No, that is absolutely fair. I just think
it's like there's going to be the discrepancy between our lists because I was thinking about it and I was like, that one just pissed me off.
And it does come after, like 45 minutes of just a fire hose of plot and revelation. And, it's like, oh, yeah, well, before you've had time to digest everything we've just thrown at you, here's a boss fight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then... the climax of it, Raiden does this little sneaky move, and like he like dodges a sword slash, and then he fucking cuts Solidus like down the spinal thing he had, fucking metal,
and then he falls on the statue and impales himself at the bottom of the Federal Reserve,
and then people start going about their day as if nothing happened.
Yeah. The whole final scene, Snake and Raiden are there in their full, like, army get-out. This giant mech thing has crashed into the Federal building, and all these people are just walking along like it's a normal day.
You know why? It's because the GW already suppressed that information. It's already been suppressed.
That might genuinely be what they were going for, because otherwise, like the scene has a very like the whole ending has a very like dreamlike quality where it's just very focused on Raiden and Snake just having those final conversations with each other, and everyone's just completely ignoring them. It's like, so are we still in the VR, or like is this reality? And the GW did suppress what just literally happened.
And I think it plays into that as well, because Snake mentions Raiden's dog tags and he takes them off, and it has the player's name and details on them that you put in at the start of the game, and he just flings them away, almost like, you know what, I don't need anyone controlling me anymore, which plays into the whole conversation Snake has with him beforehand, which he repeats after the credits, because that's the theme of this game. That's what I really wanted to talk about right at the end here.
Hey guys, all that stuff we talked about for 3 hours, no, this is what we really want to talk about. So get in gear, metal.
Well, I thought, because Kojima did that at the end of Metal Gear Solid as well, where Naomi talked about, we got the theme, and then the credits play, and then Naomi repeats the theme. And what I like about that, so the theme of Metal Gear Solid was, your genes don't dictate who you are, or at least the core theme. That's the one that he repeated. What Snake says is, you have to find something to believe in or fight for. You have to have like a core value, and then you need to pass that on to the next generation. So I like it's kind of a it's a continuation of Metal Gear Solid. It's like, your genes don't say who you are, but because of that, you need to find something for yourself to live for, and then it's your duty to pass that on.
Gosh, like, in that respect, dare I say, this might be one of the greatest video game sequels ever, because
Yeah, literally.
it not only continues the story, it not only, advances a whole bunch of like gameplay mechanics and stuff, but even ignoring all the gameplay stuff, not only does it continue the story, it provides like a different, like secondary character to like experience, so it already kind of feels different. We get to see Snake's next stuff, and it carries the same theme as the last one, and then evolves it. It literally, iterates on the amazing theme of MGS1, and is like, yes, and also, like, it's has any other game nailed it this much in terms of a sequel?
I can't think of one.
Like, Drew, does Psychonauts 2, like, nail it this much?
I wouldn't. That's a fucking interesting comparison. I don't know. I would say sure, because both of those games are like very lighthearted compared to what Metal Gear Solid's trying to accomplish. So I would say yeah, but I wouldn't say that it like both of them like are like, you're sitting and you're still like, damn, this is like peak fiction. But Metal Gear Solid is like, damn, my whole fucking worldview is fucking changed now. You know what I mean? Like,
and there's also the fact that, as we were talking about, Kojima essentially predicted stuff, so it has that element to it too. So it's like, it gets better over the years.
Yeah, and on top
you did not
of
expect
fucking,
me to. You did not expect me to bring up Psychonauts 2, did you?
No, I was like, damn, I gotta fucking think about this for a second. But it's like, but I don't know. They feel like they're in very different leagues of like what they're trying to accomplish, I guess. So I would have to say like, it's a less favorable comparison compared to MGS2, but maybe both of them are great sequels.
Maybe our listeners, if you can think of a sequel that manages to evolve the legacy of its original game, but even carry it on, I guess, is let us know, because I can't think of anything, and my game knowledge isn't all encompassing, but I played a lot for a long time, and there's just something about Metal Gear Solid 2.
There's just something about it. And on top of all of this really cool, life-changing shit, you get to walk into a room and it's like, it's fucking awesome.
Also, at the end credits, you can see Vamp in the background.
True, actually, yeah.
Yeah, there's a trophy for it.
He lives
Well-
to fuck another man another day.
Here's like the meta part of it, right? Because there's a trophy for it, and it's been confirmed that like the vamp is a cutout. It's like a standee, you know. It's like a, what are those called? Like a cardboard cutout, you know.
I think standee works.
Yeah. So it's not actually like the model of vamp, and it's like, is it like Konami to cut corners? Like, or does that really mean that vamp isn't out there and it's just a cheeky Easter egg? Or does this, or just like with them going, he is out there if you found him, and they're like, shit, let's not put in his actual model. You know, like, what does it mean that it's not him? Like, is it
What
him,
does it
or is
mean?
he alive? Ridiculous. Also, that's the first time I knew, by the way, you can hold the right trigger and zoom in on every cutscene and look around.
Oh, wow.
Because that's what you have to do to see Vamp. You have to zoom in past, like, the scene where he's talking about, you know, oh, like, you can, like, choose your own future. And then you zoom in, like, what the
Which
fuck?
button is that again?
It's just the right trigger.
Yeah, because I accidentally did that a few times in the early game, and then I forgot about it by the late game because I just wanted to watch the cutscenes. But that's really fucking funny and clever.
Ahead of its time, once again, eat shit, Assassin's Creed. Drew doesn't even know it, but she'll laugh at it. She'll dunk on Assassin's Creed, sure.
Oh, that reminds me. I was also going to say the vamp fight. We brought it up several times throughout the podcast, you know, comparing to other bosses from other games, but I really do think the solidest fight reminded me of the fight in Draco's Pier in Dark Souls 2.
Wow. I thought you were real for a long time until you said Draco, and I'm like, what? And then you said Dark Souls, and I'm like, what? And then you said 2, and then I just passed out.
That's when you, as we all know, Dark Souls 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. You know, maybe that one is probably the sequel to not as good as Metal Gear Solid 2. Wouldn't you say, Dorkax?
In certain perspectives, I think you could argue for that. There are people who think that. I don't think it advances the gameplay as much as MGS2 does compared to MGS1, but the themes, I don't want to entertain this idea anymore.
Well,
Anyway, let's kind of move on.
Why don't we bring it home with just, you know, there's a post-credit scene after Snake, and I think it's Hal, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Hal, Otacon Hal.
And he basically says that they found out who the Patriots are.
The 12 wise men, yeah.
They've been dead for 100 years.
Dude, that was fucking insanity. Like, that was giving me, like... You guys were reading the chat. I was messaging you guys as I was finishing up Kingdom Hearts 3, and it was just like, you know what? Let's just have some more shit right here at the end. Let's just fucking put, like, another thing just to be like, damn, that's fucking crazy. Like, just put some more crazy shit in. Yeah, I was very pleased with that reveal. I was like, how the fuck are you going to follow this up? And, of course... I believe the answer is that they don't, because the next game is a prequel.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I was actually gonna... So, I think it's interesting. I don't know it. I haven't played MGS3, but, I mean, the connection in my head is MGS1's, you know, like, Mr. President thing directly teased MGS2, even if Kojima didn't intend to, you know, exactly how he wanted it to. And MGS2, I mean, 100 years ago... MGS3 is in the past. Let's go see what the fuck they're talking about. I mean, perhaps that's not exactly... They won't be tied together like that, but that's how it feels to me.
I think they're under another name, but the Patriots do come up in that game.
You mean the Lale Lule Lo?
Yes. I'm giving you the Lale Lule lowdown.
You just sounded like Principal Skinner. You're like, yes.
Can I see it? No.
No.
Well, I think maybe we should wrap up and
give our ratings for the game.
Oh yeah. Quick ratings for the game. Then I'll talk about what we're going to do next, and we'll be out of here. So let's start with you, Drew. What would you rate Metal Gear Solid 2, and just maybe some final thoughts on it?
I said, here's what I wrote when I was writing down some little thoughts before we started recording, like actually 2 weeks ago in real life. I said, if this was just like a movie, I would say like 4 out of 5. But I'm like straight up with the great gameplay too. I think I'm gonna give this like a 4.75 out of 5 because it's like such a phenomenal story with so many themes to like fucking unpack in so many great ways. But like you get to play through it too. Damn.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure where this is going, but Dork, what about you?
MGS2 is incredible. I cannot believe. It's funny. I'm not sure if you guys knew this, but Dave was kind of hyping this game up for like what 2 years now in the chat every now and then.
It's true, and well, even in the whatever the fuck that episode was, Dave was literally like, "I think it's now my favorite game," so I'm sure he'll say something along those lines. But yeah, he's been hyping it up, and it did live up to the hype.
Yeah, you know what, Dave? I'll answer your question that you cheekily asked twice. Yeah, this your like recommendation, of course, impacts how I see things, but I don't think like this game is so incredible that I don't know. Like I feel like if I would have played this on my own, I might have liked it. But just like this whole podcast and like I was really trying to figure out this mess, I think it elevated it a little bit for me. But even still, like this is one of the games of all time. Sorry, one of the best games of all time. I would give it a 4.5 out of 5. That's extremely high for me. This is like legitimately, I have it in my little like Topsters ranking here. I have it, let's see, my 15th favorite game of all time. That's right, everyone.
Wow.
My 15th favorite game of all time, ladies and gentlemen. It managed to jump over Dead Rising and Pikmin and Death Stranding and RE7 and Catherine.
You take
and
that shit back right now. It is not above Pikmin. Be so for fucking real.
Drew, you
No,
be
I'm
for
kidding.
real.
I don't.
No,
I'm
like
kidding. I don't,
as a
no,
work
I
of
agree.
art alone.
No, I agree. I agree. I agree.
Yeah, this is literally incredible. I played it twice. I don't usually do that. This. Oh yeah, sorry. I'm really like taking the piss here, but this is what I wanted to say. Games that allow reactive, like that actually like react to what the player does, are so rare in the ways that I want. Again, this reminds me of like the best like moments I had from RE1 and RE2, and that was the PS1, and I was like, why aren't games like this more, where they react to the player in fun ways? And there's so many ways this game reacts to what you do. It's just in terms of course the art argument we've already said, but in terms of just the game, like what a fucking gorgeous set of code we have here, like they just fucking slap the ass of that code. Am I right? Like I'm done.
No, I mean, we didn't really talk about it, but the fact that, this is a sequel on a new console, relatively early on a new console, they were able to do so much more because of that. And it just looks so much better. It plays so much better. The game's scope is so much bigger, just in terms of ideas even. When you think about the actual physical space like the game takes up, it is quite small, but it feels huge. It is a marvel. And I heard, like at Konami, the Metal Gear Solid team and the Silent Hill team were always kind of having like a competition with each other. And Silent Hill 2 came out in 2001 as well, and that thing's just a marvel.
My God, what a year for game! 2001, legendary year for gaming.
Legendary year for gaming, dude. Legendary year for gaming, dude.
And
I mean, it's got Pikmin.
Dude, and Pikmin came out, and fucking can't think of anything else.
Hang on. 2001. Drew, I think you're gonna be like, oh, I'm an idiot. How did I not remember this game? Drew, it's got Smash Brothers Melee. It's got Final Fantasy X. It's got Jack and Daxter, Eco, the first Devil May Cry. It's got Max Payne, which you don't care about, but it's got Wario Land 4. Okay, I'm getting low here,
No,
but
dude,
still.
that's actually a goated year. That's actually a goated year.
This year is insane. It's also got Halo, which you don't care about, but Silent Hill 2 and Sonic Adventure 2.
Halo. What are you talking about? I like Halo.
And Conker's Bad Fur Day, anyone? And
No.
Return to Castle Wolfenstein. Crash Bandicoot, the Wrath of Cortex, anyone?
Shut up. Shut up. You lost me with that one.
Seriously though, what an amazing year. And oh gosh, to be a gamer in 2001.
Yeah,
Couldn't have
I was
been me.
there.
I know, I was there too. I was probably playing Majora's Mask still. I was like, Majora's Mask is the only game I care about.
But you know, I'm gonna have to rate it just what you did, Dork. It's a 4.5 for me. It is. It's funny because when I first played it back in like 2006, 2007, I didn't like it at all. I don't think it hit me. I think I found all the twists really stupid. I was definitely a very different person back then. And yeah, it just didn't hit at all. Like I played through all four like in quick succession. I think yeah, it was about like in 2007. I knew Metal Gear Solid 4 was coming out in 2008, so I started playing my collections because I bought them all. Like I bought every cool sounding game at that time, so you know I just had them all, and I never played most of them. But I played all four of them in pretty quick succession, and 2 was kind of my least favorite of all four. And then when I replayed them in the early 2010s, it shot right up to the top of all four of them for me. It's just like the themes of the game and just how insane the game is just hit me that second time through. And yeah, it's become my favorite Metal Gear Solid game. I haven't played 5, but out of the original 4, like, yeah, at the time when I first played them all, it far and above. Dork and Drew have talked about kind of the reasons why, just how confident it is, the way it looks, that they fooled an entire player base thinking that you would play a Solid Snake, and then they pulled the rug out from under you.
Well, and like you have to admit, like, has any other game, and even ignoring like the whole like prediction angle, right? But even ignoring that, just this game has aged so well.
Yeah.
Sure, like the controls are kind of hard to get used to, but beyond that, like, holy cow! Like again, as you were saying, 2001. Perhaps at the time you were just thinking, you know, this is a step up from MGS1 in some ways, but I guess this is just how like games are going to be. So you kind of almost like took half that shit for granted. Like, this is just how this generation of consoles will be. No, all those details, like MGS2 and 3 have so many details other games of that generation didn't. Going back and like knowing the whole story, and you know, perhaps you might have thought, oh, I guess every MGS game is going to be ridiculous. Like, as you said, this story itself is like, it still stands.
I think you hit a very good point there, because you know, when I replayed them, it was a few years later, and now it's been like more than a decade later after that. This game has gotten better every time I've played it. I think time does a great service to what Metal Gear Solid 2 is.
Damn,
And
can't
how many
stand
games
much
can you
more
say that
glowing
for?
than that?
Yeah, like what other games? You know, like, that's crazy. Like, that's crazy.
But also I'm so happy that not only you both liked it, but that Dork, you just fell in love with it. Like that makes me happy, because I think all of us want our picks to be celebrated by the other two. You know, you don't want to pick a game and then people come back and go, oh, I didn't really like that, and you're like, aw.
Yeah.
It never feels good, and we've all had it at this point.
It has happened to us already.
But I guess that's a good segue into what we're doing next.
True. If you're still listening out there, Dave from 2 years from now, thank you. All right. Our one viewer listening to this length of time.
But so we're actually going to shake things up a little. Like, this was supposed to be my pick, right? But we've decided, because we have future plans for what we might want to do that isn't exactly using one of our picks, that the future Metal Gear Solid games will be what we call a communal pick. So, you know, coming up next, I'm going to pick the next game, because both Dork and Drew got 2 episodes in a row last year, even though we didn't plan it that way, but it happened. So I'm going to have the next pick, then it'll be Drew, then it'll be Dork, and then we'll go to the communal pick again. So we're going to have a rotation of 4 games, and the next communal pick will be Metal Gear Solid 3. So we're going to go through the series kind of because we all want to do this now, and we want a space for us all to do this without wasting one of our picks. So with that being said, the game we're going to play next is actually 3 games. I want Dork and Drew to play through the first 3 Mega Man games. Mega Man 2 is one of my favorite games. It's definitely my favorite game on the NES. And I think you can't just get an idea of what the series is from one game, because there are huge evolutions between 1, 2, and 3. And then 4, 5, and 6 have them as well, but they kind of got into a rhythm by 4. So I think it's most instructive to play 1, 2, and 3. They're very short games. They're NES platformers. We have this idea that if Dork and Drew are into it, maybe we do 4, 5, 6 later, or maybe we do talk about them all. We'll see how that happens. But I think what the plan is at the moment is we're going to play Mega Man 1, 2, and 3, and then we're going to talk about those. And hopefully it's a much shorter episode. It'll be more normal, 1 to 3 hours instead of 25.
Yeah,
but,
it's gonna be like what the 24th.
One can only.
But yeah, that's how we're going to move forward, and that's what's coming up next. And hopefully, we did mean to play through the game earlier and have these podcasts out earlier, but I think we all had stuff we wanted to do in January. So it was only kind of when February hit, we're like, oh shit, we need to get to this. But we did it. It's done. We're at the end. We thank you all for listening through this. We hope it was entertaining for you. Please let us know what you thought. We'd love to hear your comments about anything we brought up, We might not remember we brought it up, but it's in there. So, it's all fair game. And
even if you want to defend the AI, right? You know what? We just want some comments.
Guys, please just comment literally anything under this video.
This isn't pathetic. Please don't put in the newspaper that this is pathetic.
And also, as another reminder, please go to your local CVS and do the cool Hal and Dave handshake and post that video to YouTube and put the link to that in the comments, please.
Okay. Unironically, that'd be really funny if you guys did that.
Yeah, that actually
But please don't embarrass yourselves.
Life is all about embarrassing yourself. You know what? I'm on the side of pro-embarrassment.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm pro-embarrassment. It's actually awesome to go out and be vulnerable in your community.
Okay. 2 against 1.
Let's get the fuck out of here. Yeah, let's get the fuck out of here. Well, guys, this has been Post-Game Clarity, where after the game...
Raiden, something happened to me last Thursday when I was driving home. God, that's stupid.
This is the dumbest episode of the podcast yet.
No, it's the best, genuinely, I think.
And the smartest, too.
Dave, you were being vulnerable. You got embarrassed, and that's what you need sometimes. That's what the whole theme of the game is, isn't it? I don't know. I wasn't listening. All right, good night, folks. Tip your waiters. We're out of here.